Hello, hello, hello. Say hello.
Hello, how are you?
Christmas Dad one. Welcome to the stream. Today is my birthday, and I'm gonna be doing a little game marathon here with my dad, who's sitting right there. And yeah, we're gonna have a lot of fun and get some games going. You know what I mean? All right. Let me turn this down. So how is the audio? Can you hear me all right? Let me know if it needs to be fixed. Are you ready for some Smash Brothers action? Sounds good to me. Oh, that's good to know. So, yeah, we can start off with some regular old matches here. And take it from there. I challenge you to a set. I'll put my handicap here. Hey, welcome in Hoshikawa_Aru and Stick Mom. And of course, that old guy who is sitting right next to me. So, say something.
Hello.
All right, I'm gonna...
Ready to play.
Sounds good to me. Maybe I'll lower the game audio a little bit, just because. All right. There you go. The Bowser is out.
The winning color.
The winning color. I wouldn't have it any other way. I got a capture card. Hey. Alright, looks good to me. You ready to get started?
I am. Let's go.
Best of luck. My Ganondorf. He will not hold back. I hope you're prepared.
I'm more than prepared because this is what I'm gonna do.
Oh, get off here. Oh, nice. Uh-oh, don't fall. Smack. Get ready, it's coming. Waha. Wahahaha. Good trade. I'll take that any day. Oh! Nice. Smack. Come over here. Ah! Stop it! Ah! Get over here. Oh, nice. You did not want to let that punch happen. Woo! Get out! Waha! Shield, or the platform saved me. No! Smack! Oh! Hey! Almost gotcha. How do you feel about your first game?
Well, it's your birthday, so.
Thank you. Thank you very kindly. Alright, let me get my tweet.
Gotta get
tweeted.
you feeling good.
4 p.m., 5:30, 6:30. Alright. Sounds good to me. Alright, 1-0 in our set. Bowser.
I'm going with the lesser color this time.
Oh, I see. The lesser color, how could you? No jumping allowed here. Oh no, I messed it up. Oh, good dodge. Ooh, gotcha. Back air. Oh, good grab. Ooh. Come here. Fastra says happy birthday! Thank you, Fastra, and welcome in. Hope your day's going good. I believe you're working. Is that correct? If so, have a great... I hope your shift's going good. I'm having a pretty good birthday myself, so... And it's even better now that you showed up, Fastra. Appreciate it. Ooh, what's he gonna do about my affair? Stop it. You will not take my stock. Beggar! 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 Aru said, I got a call when I joined stream, and now I get to say happy birthday again. Quit bullying your father. I'm sorry, I have to do it. I you know, he has to learn. Yes, I do be working. Well, thanks for stopping by despite your workageness. How is your shift going? Choose the ultimate winning color.
There.
That's the winning color?
That's definitely the winning color.
Okay. But thank you, Aru, for the birthday wishes.
Despite the call.
Yeah. Get up. Roll in. Oh. Nice fair. Okay, good up. Good roll away. Smack. Oh, the F tilt. Uh oh, that's not what I meant to do. Huh. Come here. Ow. The fit burns. Oh. Big ol' F tilt. Cook him, that old guy. Look. Your wishes came true, Aru. Boom, boom. No one comes back under my watch. Oh. Oh. Smack. Oh, man, that is 3-0. Ooh, battle's live. Alright, it is time to begin the birthday smashdown. Who's gonna tell the TO? I can. I don't mind. Alright. Random. Do you want the items on or off? What do you usually...
I don't particularly like items because they just confuse things that are already confusing.
Okay, we can leave them off. I'm turning on all the legal stages.
Turning off?
Oh, on. I'm probably... Okay. So that one. Is that all of them, Aru? I think so. I think that's all of them. Oh.
I wonder if anyone else has this much saved up.
DK? Oh, it's alright. No worries, Aru. Alright. The smashdown. Let it begin. Smack. Oh wait, I forgot to do the handicap. Oh,
good, because I had you on the ropes.
Oh no, I gotta restart it. It was a draw. How do you feel about that?
Well, it was hard fought, but I feel like the ending justified the hard work I put in.
You did great. Okay. Let's do this. I'm at Walgreens. What should I get for lunch? How about some ravioli? Or tavioli, I should say. I want to put it on auto. Okay. Handicap is determined automatically based on battle results. Let's see how that goes. Ravioli. There you go. Alright, I'm starting off with a 0% handicap, and we'll see what happens from here. Good luck. Christmas Dad won. BRB going inside. Alright. Ooh, Politana and Hero. Is this blocking your way?
Little. That's doesn't make that much of a difference in my play.
Does that help at all?
Not a lot.
Ouch! Nice. Oh, oh. I forgot to turn off hazards. See how the stage was transforming.
But I was winning!
We keep having to stop it. We're gonna get started in just a moment, y'all. Hold on. We'll get this underway. Hazards. Okay. So auto handicap. Wait. Okay. Ah, what did I just click? It's so sensitive. Advanced stage hazards off. You're getting cooked twice and drawn out. That's insane. You didn't see anything. Okay, 3 stocks, 7 minute. Mercy rule on. Max battles 41. Okay. No more Johns. We're gonna get started. That's a forfeit. Oh. You got a point there. Wait, why is it? Did I accidentally? It's so sensitive. The control stick. Like, as I tapped down, it also went up. Damage handicap. Auto. Okay. I think we're finally ready. But if you start cooking me again, there's no guarantees that I won't back out. Okay. Inkling. What do you think about King DDD?
He's got to take after him.
Ah, buried! Get out of the ground. Bonk. Oh! Oh, Mary Chief Miss just followed. Thank you. That's crazy because what shirt are you wearing right now, that old guy?
Chiefs.
And it combines my username and the Chiefs. That's crazy. Thank you. Welcome in. Oh, the back air is real. Ow. Ugh. Bonk. Don't hit me. Smack. Got you with the paintbrush. Ah, you have paint all over you.
It's not nothing normal. Why? I was trying to move forward and whack you, and instead all I was doing was whacking.
Maybe it didn't get your input. Oh, wrong way, pal. That's a punish and a half right there. Ow, 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 ow. Bonk. Nice. You're buried. What are you gonna do now? Oh, I didn't get a very good punish on that. How'd you stick it to the wall like that? How are you doing advanced DDD tech? No! Lunchables! Lunchables, Fastra. Yo, Stick Mom with the suggestion. Boom. Oh!
I didn't know I could do
right
that.
back at ya. That's crazy. No! That old guy.
Get back.
That's okay. All right, let's see what my handicap goes to. 20. They put a 20%. All right, that old guy. How about this? Are you ready? For every match that you win, I will gift 1 sub. How's that sound?
That sounds very generous. And also, you shouldn't have to worry about anything.
No, we don't know how high the handicap can go. At least, I don't know. What if it goes up to 100? Then that'll be pretty hard. my Kirby though, and this is his home. Boom. My Kirby eats. Oh! Hey! Ow! Nice use of your long arms. Oh no! Did you use your jump?
No.
Ow. Dun, 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 dun. Ow. Ow. Roll. Oh, nice parry. Oh, the dodge. Nice get up attack. Oh. Come here. Smack! The back air! Look at shielding Kirby. Alright, now my handicap should increase even further. 40%! See, what if it just keeps rising?
The odds are getting better.
Who knows when it'll stop? Ooh, Violet. You've kind of used him from time to time. Beep, boop, beep. Ow! That was a meaty down air. Ooh, nice up B. Beep, boop, beep. Ow! Ouch! Get off stage. Ow!
Did I hit you?
Not quite! I absorbed it and turned it into that move. I'm the best Game & Watch in the world. Ooh. Have a bomb. Oh. Lamp oil. Rope. Bombs. You want it? It's yours, my friend. Ah! Ow. Oh! Bounced off the stage. Aw. Can't get you. Oh, off the stage. Let's go. Now my handicap is what?
60.
So it increases 20.
Really sad that it keeps going up.
Oh, look who I got! How's your Samus?
Look who I got.
Let's go. Samus, what you gonna do?
It's called the rule. I guess.
Ooh. Oh, you did a right back at you moment. Ow. I didn't even edge cancel it properly. Huh. Back here. Yes. I muted the mic because the garage was opening and it was kind of, you can hear it on the mic. That's why we went silent for a sec. All right, Pyra and Mithra, what do you know about them?
Nothing.
Do you know how to switch characters?
Yeah.
Good. Do you know when to switch characters? I'm Ridley. I'm gonna get you. Huh. Caught that jump. Stay in the air. Woo! Let's go, Riddles. That's what I call Ridley. Bonk, 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 bonk. Stop. Uh-oh. We're back. Ooh. I'm not getting in that. Down tilt. I love down tilt. Take this. Nice. Ah, oh, you got me. Back air. What was Ridley doing?
I don't know.
He was roaring, releasing a great roar in the earth. Riddles. I mean, Lucina. Do you ever call her Riddles?
I didn't know she had another name. What is it?
Riddles.
Lucky?
Yeah, Lucky's pretty good. Alright, Pac-Man. You know Pac-Man. Everyone loves Pac-Man. I'm back. Can you guess what I got? I'm gonna say ravioli. Ah. Twix Snickerdoodle? No way. Have you tried it yet? That is a combination I've never heard of before. At Frito pie. Oh, the apple. Let's go. Uh-uh. Yeah, it's pretty good. Nice. Yeah, I wouldn't have expected that to be a variation of a Twix, but I'm glad you like it. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, I also got some Rizzlers. Hey! Ow.
What is that?
A grab. Just a slow one. Up tilt, up tilt. Ow. What are you doing?
I don't know.
Take this. I cannot lose. I mustn't lose. You got me with the grab. No. Oh. I couldn't come back to the stream right away since there was nobody at the counter to check out. Then my phone said it needed to cool down before I could use it. Holy smokes. So I had to hold it in front of the AC. Well, I'm glad that it's cooled down to usable temperatures. That's pretty insane, Vasha. I wonder why there was no one there. I'm glad someone eventually came, though. Ow! Ow. Come on.
Oh no! Oh no! Say it ain't true.
You're gonna pay for that. Right here, right now. Oh, you should have back throw.
Ooh. Oh my gosh, I survived.
Nice. Oh. Woo! Who would win in a non-smash fight? Dark, Pit, or Robin? Probably Dark Pit. I think he has what it takes, you know.
I don't know what that is.
If I'm right in front of you, then it starts taking my health away, and it gives it back to you.
Wow.
Oh, that was very close. Now I'm at 140. Oh my goodness.
That's what you get for being mean to me.
But yeah, Dark Pit, Fastra, for your question, because he has, I feel like he has like celestial powers, you know, like he can just, he has more raw power. But I mean, Robin has a lot of abilities with his tomes, so it would be a intense fight. Wahoo! It's me, Robin's a reincarnation of a god. Oh my gosh, you can tell how much I play Fire Emblem. That's so cool. I had no idea, Aru. Thanks for... Ouch! Thanks for the knowledge check. This is what it's come to.
What? No, that's the way.
There it is. Game 1, which means 1 gifted sub. Alright, they took away 20 from me and put it on you. I didn't know how it would, what would change from there. Alright, 1 gifted sub. Let's see who it goes to. Gift 1 sub. Space Spiffman. I don't even know who that is.
Is he there somewhere?
I have no idea. I don't recognize that name. Has gifted subs to viewers.
What a nice guy.
Yeah, I know, right?
Ooh, this gonna be...
Oh! You already started off so strong. Woohoo! You must defeat my shore. You can stand a chance. Ow! Smack, smack.
Oh.
My break is over, so I gotta go back in. No! Fastra! Thank you for stopping by. Walgreens ate a bunch of my break time. No! Oh, jeez. Look, it's done it again. 140 to 0. Oh, I did not think this through. Simon!
Shulk.
That was pretty good. Whew. I don't even know if like Nairo could do this. This is insane. Oh, look at you jumping. Speed! Woo! I'll keep the stream open. I will still hear you, I just won't be able to respond. Thank you, Fastra. No, Shulk! You can't go that way! Uh-oh. Oh. That was pretty sick. Is it gonna go to 160 now?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's what happens. And it just reflects my true skill.
Rob. Alright. Rob the robot. No! Oh! No!
Nice.
Come on, Rob. Oh. I hate to see it.
No!
His recovery is pretty notorious for not going very far. 180.
Now I'll finally win!
Pichu! Oh, but he has his winning headband on.
Yep, and I just have leaves.
3, 2, 1, go!
Ouch! Oh, just like that. Yay! Ow, ow, ow.
I don't know how to do better.
You have to play like Spargo. Oh. Oh!
Ow!
I spiked you,
But I was going into you, attacking you.
and then I went above it, and then got a spike from above. 200. King K. Rool. Oh, I might be good here because he's so heavy. He'll survive your attacks.
3, 2, 1, go!
Woo!
I don't know how to use it at all.
Do what you see me do when I play him. No! Nice. Oh, King K. Rool, the king of Smash. 220.
You'd have to get so high for it to be where I could actually keep up. Another one that I'm terrible at.
The ice climbers.
Yep.
How do you feel about them?
I don't like them. I don't like having to keep track of two characters.
Oh, I see, I see.
In fact, whenever I play, I just ignore one and
Yeah.
just play the other one.
Oh! Oh!
How is this possible? Oh, because you have a high thing. It's like, what? This doesn't make sense. I never do good on.
Jump!
I don't know how to.
Oh, there it is. All right. That was close, though. That was close. How do I... There we go. All right, gift another sub.
Is there anybody who doesn't have one?
Casper Catacini. Casper Catacini. Okay, it shows someone else. Casper Catacini. That's what I chose. Okay, there we go. All right, now it's back down to 200. You're up to 20. Hey.
Now he just needs to come and join.
That'd be awesome. Oh. Get up. Oh, I'm glad you don't know his kill throw. Oh, I shouldn't have died to that. That was my fault.
Oh my gosh.
What happened?
Well, just wander right into it.
Shoryuken! Ooh, they kind of look like mother and son. What you know about Joker?
Nothing.
I'm Bayonetta, and I will kill you. I hope you're prepared. Ah! Oh, the back air! Boom! Maulers! Hey, Maulers, welcome in! Thanks for the follow. The Jonkler. Oh! I'm getting bodied by my father in Smash right now. Hi, Mulkley. Yo, welcome, and thank you for the follow. Alright, you beat me with Jonkler, so let's gift to Solatile. Ooh, hi! I'm doing a challenge where every time my dad beats me with this handicap, then I gift a sub. So far he's taken 3 games. So I gifted 3 subs so far. We'll see if that continues. Oh no! Apparently Isabelle just has the best kill moves ever. Smack. Did you randomly find a stream? Swoop! It's such a small world. How are you? Oh. Oh no! No! Isabelle is really tough. What's her name? Teal Emile. Boop. Alright. My percent's getting back into a normal range.
Ooh, look who I have. Look who you have.
Bowser and Kazuya. Oh. Let's see if I can overcome the Bowser. Oh! An F tilt. ROMG, you're a mod here too. You're so busy. I saw the link on Twitter and wanted to pop in and see what's happening. Thank you for stopping by. Yes, Aru is indeed a mod, except he almost lost his mod privileges the other day for saying mid-leveling. So scary.
Oh!
Boy, why'd you be up there, man?
I was trying to do the one where I went down.
Oh, yeah. I love y'all's hats. Thank you. Yes, we are matching hats today because it is Christmas Bob 1 day.
I've made him wear his whole life.
Oh well, Bob is one of the friends I made in the SA Smash scene. Yo, that's epic. You're an epic friend, Aru. Gotta go fast. I'm gonna time you out. Oh no, Diddy Kong up tilt. Oh, it may be GG's here. How are you doing, Maulers? I'm doing alright. Could be better, you know, if I wasn't at 200%. But here we are. Oh! Dang it! Alright. Maulers. That's the spelling, right?
We can. Young Link, I don't do good at him.
I'm great, just finishing the workday. I started watching One Piece today. That's been awesome. Oh shoot, you have a long way to go. I've never seen One Piece, but I've heard that it is good from a lot of people. Oh, the up air, the lingering hitbox got me. Thank you, you're welcome. What kind of work do you do, if you don't mind answering? But either way, good job on finishing the workday. That's always a great feeling.
No, come on!
And how far did you get in One Piece? Are you one episode into One Piece? Let's go, Zard. Yup, you saw that? Ooh, Ike. How's your Sora?
Sore.
Oh, let's see. 200%.
One, go!
No, the dash attack kills. Oh, jeez.
Ah, ah.
Oh. No. All right, let's see. What other names do I know? Hiraga. I know there's like a lot of A's in it or something. All right, I'm going to look it up. Because it is not showing.
How about command counter?
It's not working. Why isn't it showing him? That's... There it is. Alright. For Hiraga, it is... a lot of letters. Let's get that sub. It's still early. Oh, in One Piece, the clown pirate is shredding Luffy's hat, and he's not happy about it. Whoa, what a sentence! The clown pirate is shredding Luffy's hat. Yeah, I wouldn't be happy about that either.
What?
I killed ya. Ah!
Guess what? I don't know how to play very well.
Oh, the up B angle. Oh, no more. I don't have to gift a sub this time. All right. Who are you gonna get next? Pal.
Probably. Oh, not him. Yeah. How'd you get him?
I've cosplayed this character before, y'all. Did you know that?
One, go!
Uh-oh. Alright, so far so good. Oh, the down air does it. Oh, stand next to you? The up tilt does it?
No. Woo. Did you wish?
Little Mac. Oh!
How come it didn't work?
I super armored through it. OMG, the shield break, right? Ooh, World Suck, it's all yours, Mac. Throwback to the Bayonetta cosplay. I still have it. I still have it in my closet. I mean, it should still have it.
And it fits like a glove.
Uh-huh. New dude, dead you. Yo, 100 subs. At 100 subs, I wear this. I remember this. I remember it fondly. Back here for now. No. There we go. Ooh, outfit change? Oh, maybe? Hey, I just might have to.
If we get 100.
Okay. Who are you getting? Ooh, Palutena.
No, I hate Daisy.
Do not let Aru hear you say that.
Daisy, I can't make her do anything. All I can reliably do is...
That. Oh, the bear. Come here. No, the Nair! Oh, the Nair. Alright. Lord, Commander, Chaos. Gift. There we go. I gotta head home, but I'll be back later to see more games. Hey! Alright, drive safe, Maulers. Hope you got a good, have a good trip home. And thanks for stopping by and chatting for a bit. Uh-oh, that didn't work. Oh! I'm alive! Not anymore. Woo! GG's, hey, GG's for sure. Ah! Oh. Oh!
How did I die, too?
I hit you with an aerial. No! Oh. No! Oh, the pain, the pain. Dreamy. I'll gift to Dreamy. There we go. Ba-da-dum, ba-ba-dum-ba-dum-bum.
I'm gonna get Simon.
No, he's already been got.
Oh.
You got Zelda though. Yo, Christmas Bob, thanks for the gift sub.
3, 2, 1, go!
I'm Banjo, and I'm gonna kill ya. Wonder Wings. Wonder Wing. Woo!
That's what I don't know how to do.
The miss maneuver. Woo! Woo! No. My bird cannon. Whee! Oh, I died. I feel like I could have lived that with better DI. Woo! Bonk. I was hoping you didn't know the throw. Wonder Wing.
Oh no! I hate Olimar! I can't. He is the worst. Everyone, he's the worst. The worst in the game for me. I mean, I literally cannot make him do anything. It's like, see? Not my fault. Here. Eh.
Oh! Pow! Come back here. No! Sephiroth takes it. Sephiroth takes it. Who are you getting next, Father?
Mario.
No, Mario's already been got. Did you know you're gonna get a pink? Is he pink?
He's pink.
Pink. He is so pink and kind. He is kind to us. He is the nicest. Aru, can you tell me about Roy? Because you taught me something about the F tilt about Robin today. So what's a cool fact about Roy? Gotcha, you little slippery devil. I should have been prepared for that. Ah! Gotcha, you slippery little devil. Ugh. I had a feeling it was coming. No! He sucks in his game. Bad unit. Late promote. Oh, I see. Alright. Get to a specific viewer. Fabuloso, bro. There we go. Boom. You have 9 wins so far. How does that feel?
Unprecedented.
But that's interesting. I didn't know that
Oh no.
that Roy was bad in his game. Thank you for the gift sub, Christmas Bob.
3, 2, 1, go!
Aye! No. Oh, the parries are too good. Oh, just like that. Just like that. Oh, who to now? Let's see, who else is there?
The numbers person. Oh, they already have a sub.
Normal Mar. I'll do normal Mar. Normal Mar. There we go. Okay. Who do you think I'm gonna get?
But I'm gonna get Luigi. Oh, Mr. Mario.
Mr. Mario, you say. Ooh, I could do Penji. Thank you, Christmas Bob.
No! Oh gosh. What'd you jump off for?
I thought it was you. Woo! Oh! Smack! No! No! Alright, Penji. I'll gift it to Penji. Oh gosh.
This will be the stream to end all streams.
It
All these
is.
random people would be like, how'd I get this sub?
Yeah, from the guy who it's to.
I've never even gone to their stream. Oh no.
Ah!
Excuse me.
Whew. Lucario wins.
I have to win all the rest, basically.
What'd you get?
Cap. Captain Falcon.
And I got Hoshikawa underscore Aru. Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go!
Come, the finishing touch.
Ah,
Cloud wins! Woohoo! So how many gift subs was that in total?
11.
Oh, yeah, it's right up there. I was gonna count the emails. The email, I got a little notification for each one of them. Look at this. $6.56 times 11. What is that?
66. It's like $70. What's the name?
656 times 11. $72 that you made me spend. How could you? How could you? You forced me. Oh man. All right, I'm
Oh,
checking.
this close. Man.
Do 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 do. Ooh, Saba's streaming. Look.
Fantastic day. There's no trouble in Toilet Town. I don't have to say your name. Amir? Our senior slave class?
Look at this.
He's alone.
My stream is going right now in the other world.
Almost. That kind of worked.
Say that.
Kind of works.
That sounded pretty good.
Stream members.
There we go.
What do you mean it's going in the other world?
It's premiering live on YouTube right now.
That video?
Yes.
Are you
I
doing
ranked
stream
up in
then?
diamond.
I'm trying to get master, and if I stream it, I've got to go on a lost streak of 50 games and then go back to fucking platinum. I can't break it. I'll lose. I'll stream the last game, and when WASD comes out, I retire because I
Read
won't
it.
be able to kill anything I forget.
Can better do not leave.
Bro, that sounds
That
nuts.
gets fucking.
WAs and D's sounds
I don't even know what
nuts.
to
Oh,
say
yeah, let me
about that.
phrase it
That's
differently.
like- if you told me WASD was coming to League of Legends, I would have went, yeah, okay.
Yeah, Tyler said he play tested it,
His
and
mouth
he
moves.
said he's
Yeah, they made a
like,
Battle
it
2
feels
model.
So good. Like the movement
Okay.
is nuts.
I don't know how I want to
say,
phrase
Never
it.
letting a skill shot ever again.
Yeah. Yeah, when a Bumblebee comes out from Mario Kart, maybe it'll happen. A Bumblebee with no arms that you've never seen in
I
a Mario
looked up
game.
with the Bumbler.
Say that.
For an extra.
Mitsuki, thank you. Welcome back. Thank you. Musume off stream? No.
Read it.
Specifically. Today's my birthday. For my present, can Battle 2
Games
stay
you've been
in
playing
2
recently,
months?
pal?
I've
That's
been
funny.
playing a lot
It's
of
like so.
World
It's so
of Warcraft,
specific.
War Within Season 3, raiding in the Manaforge Omega Room.
All right, let's see if they read it.
My guild is progging heroic right now. We've only gotten through 4 bosses, but we're getting there.
Oh.
I
Battle's
would
not
like
there.
to get the head of the curve
Oh.
now, the Royal Void Wing. Look it up. It looks pretty cool.
Hey, look,
World
people are
of
saying happy
Warcraft,
birthday in the
Royal
chat.
Void Wing. Look it up. It's cool. I think even Beto will think it's cool.
I dozed off.
Look up World of Warcraft, the Royal Void Wing. Can you look that up?
Yeah.
You'll like it. It's a mount that's never going to be available again because it's achievement based.
Look at everyone
Void Wing?
saying happy birthday.
Holy fuck, it's cool as shit!
Yeah, it's cool. I'd like to get it.
How are they not saying
King
it?
Salad is picking my guild. Are you guys progging heroic, Brendan?
Sure to Moon. That's
What does
interesting.
that mean?
Christmas Bob, happy birthday.
Happy
Christmas Bob.
birthday, Christmas Bob. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, pal.
Merry Christmas. Happy brunches. Monkey Bacon, thank you for the
I
super
didn't
chat.
read
Wow,
your
man.
message, but that's all right.
Monkey Bacon was, remember Well Wednesday Monkey Bacon? They were the orc that,
Yeah.
that was
Oh,
super high
yeah.
level. They
Thank
were
you,
super high level. They
everyone.
gave me all this money and then I logged out and never came back. I like scammed them.
Why did we never get a Battle 2 WoW stream? We did.
We did. We have one. It's on core WoW. Gork and Mork. It's really
Just
bad.
got the salad on heroic. Yeah, salad is gonna be rough as shit.
Well,
But
they're
my
still
guild is getting
going.
cooked by fucking the forge people.
So nice.
Cheer to Moon, thank you. First Minecraft door, now Battle 2. How many things will you take away from me? Sorry, Minecraft door had to
Minecraft
go. My door in the old home where we used to live.
Oh wait, but I have Minecraft door. Hold on.
Say that?
I have Minecraft.
But
doors.
wait, you can't do this. They're gonna lose another thing. No!
Classic mode.
Hold on.
Your message was really funny.
That'll to stay for an
I'm
extra
so
2
sorry.
months.
I'm so sorry you did that to you.
Yeah, it's a
what
shame,
you
but
just did,
it
right?
happens.
What?
They just said
Well, they recognize your name, so they
first
just said,
Minecraft door.
wish you happy birthday.
And
Yeah.
now no Battle 2, and you said, "Oh, I have Minecraft door," and then you did Minecraft
right.
door, and now they've lost another thing.
We're gonna do a classic
they
mode
barely
route.
heard it.
Maybe we can get a
Wait,
new
do
high
it again.
score.
Do it. I mean,
I can like way up. Hold on. This is gonna get scary.
okay, I turned the BGM off, so yeah, we'll just break their heart.
I'll turn my
Let's do
gain
it.
up a little bit.
Okay. Put some WD-40 on that fucking thing. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? That door is fucked.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
It is a beautiful sound though. That's truly
Yeah, it does that every time.
that's like the haunted mansion. Jesus Christ. I go into your room to get the fucking hair dryer and I open your door and just leave it because I just know it's got shut and you're like sleeping.
Yeah.
And it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Itsuki, thank you. Thank you. I still finally think of your Yes Chef from Overcooked episode. It lives rent free. Yes Chef. Behind.
Behind. Corner.
I think my favorite thing that you ever said on this channel was I don't even remember what the context was, but it was something about we were playing Family Feud and it it was like something you clean when you're in the shower or something, and you called someone a fucking plate, and I don't remember the context. Oh god, what was it? Were you a fucking plate? And I don't remember what it was.
I don't remember the context either. I know what you're
fuck.
talking about.
The sponge. Wait, what?
Sponge.
Oh, something you
yes,
use to
nobody has
clean.
a fucking sponge in the shower.
Yeah,
man.
something you used in the shower, and when there was a sponge, he said, "Were you a
Yeah.
fucking plate?" Oh god! Remember when you kept barking like a dog? We were voicing the characters in the Overcooked thing, and every
Oh
time the
my
dog
god, and you
said
made me
bark.
bark so And dude, my voice was fucking
Yeah.
hoarse after that
Yeah,
shit.
and I would voice the guy, and then it would say bark, and I'd go silent, and it would wait for you to catch on to do the fucking bark.
Yeah.
It got more and more strained and stressed.
Yeah.
I was there for Wild Wednesday 1,000 years ago. Monkey Bacon, my captain. Matthew, thank you. Yes, Monkey Bacon was
Who
definitely
was
like
the gnome that kept assassinating me?
stream content.
Uh,
Oh, PvP content. PvP content.
PvP content.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it kept coming with new ways
Cheese
to
and
kill.
crackers.
That was scary as hell.
Alright, are you ready?
It was scary as hell. PvP. Wild Wednesday was fucking awesome.
That was legendary.
It was sick. It was sick. It was so funny.
In my heart of hearts, I imagine a world where you guys in the Tempest Guard guild like got far
Got
enough
all the way to
like,
the end. Yeah.
But
Oh, a
even
raid.
after that.
Man, if we. Oh, man. It just
I
got
mean,
really.
the classic takes so fucking long.
Yeah.
That's why I kept saying you guys need to play retail. And retail's like a theme park.
But it's just
You
not.
get
But it's,
next level. No, it's not the same, bro.
it's not the same.
We're still progging heroic and getting cooked. It looks epic. You can get cool
Oh,
stuff.
but there's something like. Everyone.
Oh, there's something awesome. It was so awesome you guys stopped playing it at level 20. Awesome.
Well, there's
Are you
something.
ready?
There's something about the authenticity of like the length of it and the grounded nature of it. You know.
We're gonna be
It's
doing
like-
classic mode
and
together.
I don't know because it's like when other streamers played. Like, here's the thing. what do people watch when other streamers play WoW? Do they watch vanilla?
Bowser,
or do they
good
watch
choice.
Classic. Everyone flocks to classic and hardcore.
Yeah, check how many classic viewers there are right now. There's no streamer event. It's dead.
Well, yeah. I mean,
What do you say?
It's dead.
All right, we gotta beat Mario and Luigi. No, you. Oh shoot. Got Luigi. Come here. Ha! Ow, ow. Keep him there. There we go. That was nice. You hear my computer?
Yeah.
Why do you think it's going so crazy?
Is it just because it's been on? A long time?
Ready? Go!
It's just because it's running the stream. Fox and Falco. Uh-oh, don't get that. That's a fake one. Oh no, Falco tried to spike me. They ended up getting it. Let's take this noise away. There we go.
Excuse me.
Ready?
Ready.
The stage is huge. Uh-oh, what is this Schultz doing over here? Oh shoot, that was close. Oh, he buried it. Nice. Uh-oh. He's wanting to end this now. Hey, he took care of it. Let's go.
Uh-oh.
Ready? Go!
We won. That was scary. And look, I would super chat her, but I can only do membership for some reason. She doesn't have super chats on. Isn't that a little weird?
Yes.
Ready? Go!
Oh. All right. Ah! Thanks for getting it. Oh my goodness. She keeps doing that! Let's go. Wow. Let's go.
That's yours.
No, it's not. Ooh, and it's definitely not now.
Ready? Go!
Oh, jeez.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh!
All right.
Oh! Wow.
Continue.
Hey! That killed me really quick.
There we go.
Oh, that was sad.
Yeah. Get all the things. I got these. Ooh.
Let me down, let me down, let me down!
Woo! Got all those. Oh, that sucks. Please get them! Get them! You're the one who... Oh. No. You just left some behind and I couldn't get it because
thought it was too late.
No, you never want to leave them behind. That's how you get the perfect score. And Ganondorf's just too slow for this part. Man!
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Alright. The hands time. Ow. I air dodged! I air dodged. Oh, I'm just getting hit by everything. Got him on the ropes. Uh-oh. Let me out! Ooh!
Lucky! Lucky
Did
me.
it! Uh-huh. Let's go. We beat the hands. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I am talking about.
Look at all the names. Nice.
I have to.
What?
I was wondering if I needed to squeeze the button to make it fire. Yes.
I've never heard someone use the phrase squeeze the button. We're doing pretty good. We only missed 2 names. At least that I saw. Charge and boom. You ever seen credits come at this angle?
Never.
Pretty cool. And then we get those little cube-looking things, and then they explode when we get them all. And then be careful, those little triangle-looking things can disable your firing for a bit. So don't get hit. Boom. Why are we doing so good?
I gotta do good somewhere. How about I do the top part and you do the bottom?
Perhaps.
I'll do the right.
Get the thing. There we go. We're getting the thing and we're doing it so good.
But,
Nice. Great teamwork. Oh, I missed. Wait, I don't know if we missed it or not, actually. Might have. Boom, Nintendo. And let's see Ganondorf's picture.
Congratulations! Final
Look, you got some on my desk. A new spirit. That one's not new.
this is good cheese.
All right, it is officially Mario Kart time. Excuse me. We're going to the races, baby. Put this on the piano bench.
Do I need a different controller?
Yep. Put that one on the piano bench. It's acting like it doesn't know how to connect to the Switch. So excuse me. I wonder why it's acting like it hasn't connected before. When it clearly has. All right. Thank you. Yeah, Mario Kart! Woo! There we go. Hey, Stick Mom. We're gonna do Grand Prix 150cc, and I'm gonna be my man Toad. I'm glad I was charging my Joy-Cons during Smash. Yeah! Docs, stream information. What'd you go do?
You know where Stick went?
No, it was a supposed surprise. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Here, you can finish that off. And then choose your character. Well, I use the restroom. Are you ready for the race?
I think so.
Say that.
Are you ready for the race?
Alright, let's do the one with Merry Mountain. Good luck, racer. Berlin Byways.
We're just playing against AI, right?
Yeah. The online matches are brutal. These ones are a lot more reasonable. 3, 2, 1, go! How'd you like my voice?
Oh, perfect.
Thank you. Dodging the cars. Oh, I got the triple banana. Lakitu, I'm coming for you. Oh, he hit himself with his own shell. What an absolute buffoon.
I hit him. with the shell.
You hit him?
Yeah.
Oh. That's less buffoon-like then, if it was your banana, or your shell. Whee! Coming. Do that in first. Who are you? Koopa? Koopa. Oh, he tried to get me with a banana. Not gonna happen today, pal. Not gonna happen today, pal. I am decked out. I already got 10 coins. Ooh, you have 9 coins. That's pretty good. Just get one more and you'll be at max speed. Woo! Koopa Troopa's past me again. Just wait till I get him with my anti-Koopa-inator! Oh, he just hit the car. Yeah! I hit the car, but... Oh, now they got me too? No! I'm in 4th. Oh, that was not pretty. Mushroom. I need that now. I can't lose. I have to get first. There's even fellow toads watching me on the sidelines. Oh, that nerd. Just pass him right up. Especially when he tries to throw a shell at me. Oh! Who did that? I just got a double item. No. Now I gotta get my coin count back up. I'm down. I only have 6 coins. Oh! That green shell ain't gonna do nothing. Ah! I can't see. This ink. Oh, snap. No way, I got 3rd. Ah, we lost to the bot. No. I want one of us to win. Either me or you. Not him. Not him. Definitely not him. Bum ba da dum. Bum ba dum ba da dum. Choo, choo, choo. Peach Gardens. Da da ba ba da da.
How do you get the bonus?
You start holding right after 2 appears. So not as it appears, but right after. Ooh, shell. Nah, that's not gonna do nothing for me. Need that coin, thanks. Ah, nice. I got another shell protection. Ah! That was bad. Around the curves. Oh no, the Monty Mole. Ah! Oh, wow. That actually hit me. Ah, Wario. No. That's right. Let me reclaim first. And dodge all the fireballs. Good luck if you got a red shell. It ain't gonna do nothing to me right now. Oh, you got hit by something?
Yep. It's so far every single time that I've thrown a shell, I've gotten hit by a shell simultaneously.
Oh, I see. That's not good. Ouch.
The little tiny toad. Little tiny toad. Now I'm normal. Ah, ow! Don't do that. Whoever do that, I'll mess you up.
Ooh, big old drift. Oh! Another big drift. Oh!
I'm gonna hope someone runs into that.
I think someone did. Woo! Wahoo! Turn. Ha! Oh, I didn't get a trick off the dirt mound. No, again!
I hate being small.
So high pitched, I can't even do it. Ooh, if a blue shell comes now, I am insured. I am safe. Ha 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 ha. Oh, blue shell, I laugh at your pitiful attempts. Whee! That's how it should be. That old guy!
I don't know.
This wasn't your cup, huh? Your track?
I don't know what I did wrong.
It's okay, you're still in 4th overall. But I believe you can beat the bots.
I'm going for it. I just want to get him a full sense of security.
Well, that makes
would do
sense. Look!
Christmas.
Merry Mountain. The
The
beautiful.
moon cup.
There's the moon. All right, let's have a merry time.
Yay.
Waluigi immediately takes the lead. Let's get up here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, points is mine. Oh, I fell off. Waluigi, you get back here, you son of a gun. What happened?
Just got pelted with a green shell.
I just pelted someone with a green shell.
I see you.
Oh no, not you. Ugh. Fine. Uh-oh. No, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Ouch. Okay, I forgot the coin. Get my coin count back.
Wow.
So, what made you choose Shy Guy?
I guess I got down the
Good choice. Boink, boink.
Let's go and wish again. Pop. Enjoy.
Oh! Did it get you?
Yes.
I got you with my bomb. Mwahaha. Drifting on the railroad
Yeah, I
tracks.
don't understand why I'm hitting so many things. What?
Or is it things hitting you?
Yahoo!
Like that.
What happened?
Somebody just ran me over.
Ooh, nice. I got hit by a shell right before I got hit by the blue shell, so it was less damage. Oh no. No! Please! Oh!
Nice.
I got so messed up by the CPUs. So you didn't have a very merry time?
No, I don't know what I'm doing different.
Yeah, the
From
first
the first.
you were killing it. How'd you do that?
I temporarily remembered how to play.
Now what happened?
And I forgot. Okay, here we go.
Let's see if we can do this. Do you think we can?
Yes.
I need to reclaim first. That was a tremendously horrendous showing in the previous race. From me, I mean. I'm supposed to get first. I have to get first. Or else. I hit you with the banana. Ah! I'm jumping off these. I'm drifting. I'm doing epic. I'm doing epic over here. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Not so close at least.
Alright, keep it up. I need more coins. Big drift. I am Toad. I'm driving. Toad is falling off. I fell down. It was embarrassing. But I'm okay. 'Cause I'm back on and still in first place. Someone hit the shell behind me, so I'm okay. I had a banana. Do 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 do. Huh. No, the boost pads, I need them. I'm using the Wario paraglider. Do you like it? Yes. Thanks. Codes. Woo! Boing, boing, woo! Beautiful showing. That was my banana placed. First and second! That's how it should be. Both of us on top. Let's see, you ended in fifth place. You got beaten by Koopa Troopa, Waluigi, and Wario. How was it? Eh?
Much better. I don't know what I did different. I drove the exact same way as I did the other times.
Yeah. Woohoo! I win. I won by 4 points over second guy in second. Dun dun dun. Look. Why do you think it's showing the credits?
We just finished the last race?
Yeah. Alright, this time you get to choose the cup.
Shy Guy was clearly not the one to go with.
Oh, okay. It's Bowser time.
Yep.
Okay. Alright, so out of all of these, and there's a second page. Which one?
Rockhead.
This one?
That one.
Okay. The Rockhead. Who in Huntrix would be the best at Mario Kart?
The girl with the two little things. Two little ponytail things.
With her hair.
Yeah.
What's her name?
BB.
Isn't it Zoe?
Probably.
Or am I mistaken? Yeah, I feel like she would. She'd be like, oh, like she because like, you know, they would all have like played it together in the past, and then like she lost, and then she's like she wanted to beat them next time, so she like practiced up and didn't tell them. And then the next time that they played, then she destroyed them astronomically. Gotcha! Smack! Ah! Oh, we're in London. Isn't that quite a nice place to race? Ah, I threw my green shell on accident.
Oh, the bridge! Wow.
No, said Bowser. Distraught. Woo! That was pretty good. Ah! No, not the ink. I don't know this course well enough. I can kind of make out the road ahead. Okay, we're good. The ink is gone. That is a giant telephone booth. Now I just think about it. No, a red shell or a blue shell. I saw that whiz by on your screen. There's nothing I can do. Ouch. Alright, at least we're brought back up to 10 points instantly. Chain Chomp, get out of the road, pal! Ah! I was trying to dodge him so hard that I did that. Nope, not gonna happen a second time. Ow. Kinda happened a second time. Skirt! Oh, someone tried to hit me. No.
Someone did hit me.
Alright, let's go back up to 10 coins. Is that Waluigi again? Oh no. Wah! Get out of my face, Waluigi. Not the coin, not the coin. the coin. If he gets a shell of some kind, it might be cooked. Woohoo! Nice! Last minute overtake. Good stuff, Bows.
You passed up Diddy Kong.
How'd you do it?
By throwing a boomerang.
Oh yeah, that was good. Good boomerang usage. All right, be careful. This map is extra haunted. You hear that? Yes.
Hey!
Ah, I got the shell. Ooh, there's scary fishes in the water. Be careful. You don't know what kind of mayhem they could cause. Woo! Woo! Boink. I thought that was... I didn't know I would die from that. Back up to 10 coins. Item. What have I got? What did I get? Red shell. Don't mind if I do. Fish sticks. Ah! I'm not doing very well right now. See you, Rosa. Third? What is wrong?
That hit me.
And then Waluigi gets the spoils. No! No! I almost overtook him! So close, so close. So close.
Again, it's inexplicable.
Oh, 11th?
Yeah.
I see. How did that happen?
Well, I didn't do as well on this. That was a harder map.
Ah, yes.
This one. This one I want to get in a second.
Look what it's called.
Rock. No.
In which cup?
Yes, Rock Cup.
What's with all the rocks?
That's what happens when you like rocks as much as he does.
Whee!
Ow! Ow!
Why am I going so slow?
What do you mean?
Look at me.
You're doing all right. 6 is not bad. Haha, I got Diddy Kong. Ah! Oh, fire. Fire! No! The fire got me. Now we're going uphill. Whee! And mushroom. Let's keep flying. Boink. Oh. Sorry about the noise, y'all. It's a garage opening. Woo! Ooh, I got a speaker. Gotcha! Let's go. I took a little shortcut through some trees. Ah! Nice. That wasn't too bad because I landed on a boost pad, thankfully. Alright, final lap. You can do it, that old guy. I believe. Let's go. This is a good item to have in first place. Bonk.
Here I go! Yay!
What? Someone's trying to pass me up. No. No. Oh. Alright. I might be able to win this. It made me win because he would have won maybe if I hadn't become small like that. Oh, my toad AI fell. I don't hear any garage sound on the stream. Oh. Well, that is good then. Maybe it filters it out. Next race is where?
On Rock Valley.
Maple Treeway. Dun, 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 dun. No! Diddy Kong, stop! I didn't get the super boost. Oh, we're driving under a tree. Through the cannon! Oh, you're right behind me. If you want protection from the shell, press and hold the item button. So that way you hold the banana behind you. And then that way, if someone throws a shell at you, it'll hit the banana instead. That could help you avoid that irksome situation. Whee! Come on! Come on! Pass him up! Oh no, what'd you get hit by?
No, I still have my banana behind me.
Oh, it only works for stuff thrown from behind. It doesn't protect you from stuff that you run into. So it's better than nothing. Ouch. Woo! Waluigi's holding that shell very menacing. I missed. You know, for a while I thought that the Mario Kart coin only gave you 1 coin. Somehow it took me like years after playing it to realize that you, ha! Waluigi! That you get 2 coins from it. Oh! Why was he trying to do that? He's like, eh! I'm like, no, buddy. Back off. Ooh, he's really trying hard. Oh, wait, that was you! I think.
Hey!
What happened?
Somebody got under me or threw something at me.
Oh, that's unfortunate. No, I had a sick drift going on. Ah! Oh, they really did that. They really threw it from behind them. The CPU threw a shell behind them towards me. Ha! Get messed up, monkey. Whee! Come on, give me a good item. Oh, no mushroom. Woohoo! Third place? With results like that, you'll climb the ranks in no time. Look at that, 57. We got a new vehicle. I didn't know I still had new vehicles to unlock. Ain't that something?
Tis something.
All right, now it's my turn to pick the cup. Bow, 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 bow. All right, sticking with the bows. Hey, a gold glider for 5,000 coins. Let's go, it's a flex. Yeah, this it's too easy. We ain't even gotta stress. Let's go. If you press start, you can pull up the stats and look at the stats of the vehicles, so you can see what you want to prioritize strategically. Ooh. All right. I will choose this one.
Good luck.
You too, man. You too, pal. Yeah. How's that water?
Delish.
Good. 3, 2, 1, go! It's only a matter of time before I pass up all these scrubs. Why are you up there? Why? I'm going to get you. Right as he gets over the gap. Why do you fall? Hey, why is Wario making fun of himself? I don't know. Whoa, Wario! Now who's overlapping now? Hey, Bowser! What's up? Ah! Not cool. There we go. I had like no time to react to that, dude. Ooh, blue shell. Versus is right here, huh? Why didn't I go for that guy? From back here. Oh, whoever that is bodying me. Is that Waluigi? Oh, it is Waluigi. Come here. Ah! No! That might be the end of me.
I'm flying!
Yes. Oh, no, you don't. How did you dodge all my... Oh, ha, 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 ha. Catch me if you can, Bowser. Whee! Doing, doing. Oh. You almost won that one. You were getting in first. That was kind of scary, just saying.
That one worked. can make my own.
Ah, cool. Alright, Bowser, keep up that energy from the last race. That was pretty good. I just barely won that one. Like, it was anyone's game. It was anyone's game. How embarrassing. I just ran right into the wall. Got something for you, pal. What?
I thought I was going straight in the road turning left.
Fly away, birds. Ah, someone tried to hit me with a shell. Probably Waluigi, that lowlife. Fly. Double item. Right into the sick drift. Nope. Lap 3. Come on, that old guy. You can do it. Woo! Oh, we got a fire flower. Two green shells. Oh boy. Who in all the loony... Oh. Hold on. Oh! Let's go! Waluigi! Waluigi! Oh, you wanted the ghost. Who in all the Looney Tunes, I don't know how it's spelled, would be best in Mario Kart?
Well, clearly, the Roadrunner.
Oh.
He's used to going fast.
Yeah. Where are we at now?
The Choco Mountain. Choco.
What happened?
Somehow I was dictating everything you were saying for the last couple of minutes.
Can you send it? Oh, that's a good question. After this race, we'll find out. Wario, I'm a number one. I'm a drive ahead of you. Nope. I passed you up, Wario. Ooh, nice try. Ouch! Woo, woo, woo. Ow. Oh, that hurt. Wow, that hurt. Wait. I should play Wario since I like to do his voice. Uh-oh! Oh, I almost didn't watch for Rolling Rocks. Point 5 A presses. Commentated. Final lap. What happened?
I mean, I hit it pretty well.
Hey, I see you doing tricks on the jumps. Let's go.
All you have to do is pretend like-
Big old drift, watch the rolling rock. Oh no, I meant to hold my banana behind me. No! No! Oh no. No, 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 no. I lost because of that. Oh, That grinds my gears. That makes me so mad. How'd it go?
Pretty good.
Keep up the energy from the last race. That was pretty good. I just barely won that one. Like anyone, game. How embarrassing! I just ran right into the wall. What the heck? I was going flybirds, low life, drift. Nope. 3 green cells. Oh boy, who? Looney Tunes best in Mario Kart. Clearly Roadrunner. Where are we at now? That's what his phone picked up from what we were saying. It's pretty accurate. There's a few mistakes in there, but pretty accurate. Where are we at now?
Coconut. Here we go. Drama.
Whee! The escalator. And down the escalator. This song goes so hard. Whee! Over the fountain. Coin. Oh, I missed. Missed the point. Coin. Yeah. That's more like it. Whoa.
Oh, I rode up the rail. I didn't know you could do that.
On the escalator?
Yeah.
Dang, okay, that old guy. That's what's up. Oh! That was abysmal. And humiliating. The whole world saw that. My name is Toad. Yeah. Let's hold this out behind me this time so I don't get passed up at the last second. Ah! I always take that turn too fast. I have to run. It's not fair. Ooh! Oh, I was trying to like be slick with it. Alright. I just have to clutch, not clutch it out, but I just have to finish strong. That's it. And that old guy. Why'd you hit the car? Ape. Well, you did pretty good.
She spelled Looney Tunes right.
That's correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's good. What'd you think of them all?
It took had my number. Let's put that one.
57 coins. Let's go. Alright, you get to choose our final one. Sorry. I forgot it boots you all the way back to the main menu. Remember that one time when like out of 1,000 when he did like
Yes.
he did some evil laugh for some reason. Why did he do that one time? We both heard it. Remember when you used to repeat the Mario Kart sounds for a long time?
Yeah.
Oh, that was fun. Streetle. Clown. Standard bike.
Oh, that's good.
Alright.
Can you do the behead? You get it?
This one?
That one.
It's called the Acorn Cup. Yes, we can do this one. Ganbatte PC. What city are we driving in?
Rome.
Good job. Pass up all the low CPUs. Waluigi. I got a red shell, so even if he passes me up, it's game over for him. Big old drift. I'll take that coin, thank you. And that one, and that one. No, he's gonna take away my red shell. Oh, no! I wanted to hold out the banana, but I didn't. I was too slow.
Is that your green shell?
Maybe. I don't think so. It came from in front of you. I think I just had a banana. I got hit with a shell. Haha. I'm driving past the people in last place. Oh no. Just get me already.
Yeah! I'm unfazed! Still in first place! Ow! Not in first place! I'm coming for you, Waluigi.
Who put that bomb down? No, now I'm in 5th.
I hit you with it?
Yes. Ooh. Hi, Isabel. You're really cute, but I'm gonna have to hit you with that. I'm sorry.
Yahoo!
What the heck? Look at this flying creature. No way.
I was so in my own world, I did not even notice you getting first. All right, well, if I'm not gonna win, I at least want you to be the winner, and not some lowly CPU. So. Dun, 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 dun. Look at this one. Look at that huge mountain.
Ooh, it's unhappy. Needs to be calmed by Moana.
Oh yeah. Cool crossover, huh?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go! Excuse me. Alright, this is DK Mountain and you are a DK, so you should be able to easily do this.
Graham.
Yes, you're in a dangerous volcano. You're about to need to do some serious turns around these curves coming up. Ooh, thank you, Tsukiko! Hey, I just saw you IRL the other day. Happy birthday, Christmas, Bob. Thank you very much. Thanks for the follow as well. Welcome in. I'm just playing some Mario Kart. My dad just won his first race just before this one, actually. And who knows? Maybe he's gonna continue that win streak. But how are you doing? Did you? If you had to travel for the con, I hope you made it home safe. And that you are happy. Let's go. Congrats to him. Yes. He was he was trying. He got second, he got third and stuff, but then just now he got his first place, and it was epic. So let's see if he can keep it up. How you doing this this fine Tuesday? Well, after this we're gonna go get sushi for my birthday dinner. And then have cake. Come back home for cake. I'm probably gonna post a picture of the sushi on Twitter, so look out for that later. Ah! I can't see! I ran into the thing. Who did that? Oh, it wasn't you. If I'm playing, I'll be lurking while I clean. Thank you. Good luck with the cleaning. Always not fun to do, but it's real nice when it's done. Sushi yummy. Yes, are you a sushi enjoyer as well? I converted my father. He said he did not used to like sushi, but since I showed him this one restaurant near us, he converted, and now he loves sushi too. Whee! Ooh, I love these big turns. I'm drifting all through them. Oh, let's go. No, I kind of went off-road a bit. Okay, I think I'm good. Whee! First place! And second place!
Second place!
Woo! That's what I'm talking about.
Sukiko chinos. Sukiko chinos.
Close. Remember, it is Japanese, so the last syllable is pronounced.
Chinose?
Yes. Ichinose. But they might be gone because of the ad break. So once the ad break see this, that means that there's ads playing right now for non-subscribers. Once that is done, then that means that they're back from the ads. So once that timer counts down, I'll check back in with them. Oh, Waluigi. Oh! I'll wait till the ads are done and then I'll read it.
Guys, get off of me.
All right. I hope you're back from the ads. All you missed, I said my father used to not like sushi, but ever since I showed him this one restaurant that's near our house, he converted into a sushi lover, like me and you. And then I missed your chat as you said, yes, I'm from the Midwest. Same, actually. Ooh, yo, maybe we can hang out. So I'm home safe. That is good to hear. Cleaning my suitcase and looking at my haul of freebies. Hey! Maybe you can share a pic of all the freebies you got. No! I should have had my banana out. That was my fault. But yeah, good luck with the cleaning / unpacking. I got a lot of freebies too. I posted a pic of the pic that you saw me post of Jeannie's merch. I bought the Saba pin, but she gave me a Saba keychain and the Betelgeuse squeaky toy keychain. So if you look at the picture on my Twitter, those were the free items. It was very epic. And then of course I got some from other Tempura and Armada in the line while in the hangout area outside the meet and greets. I got a lot of stuff there, and yeah, and at the after party. So a lot of stuff. It's all, I haven't unpacked my freebies yet. They're all still in a bag. I used the bag that they gave me my meet and greet ticket in. I just put all the stuff in there. It is loaded though. Oh no, I'm gonna hit the wall. Haha, instantly cleared off my windshield. Uh-oh. Save me. Ow! Let's go, I still won. 9th place. You got this. You got this, Daddle guy. There you go. It's alright. It's alright. Next race, you're gonna bounce back. Look, you're still in second, just barely. So on this next race, you really need to go all in.
I'm going in. All in.
Water.
Hey, why am I on this?
I don't know. When did you go on that? Got a blast.
Why am I getting trailers?
For Jimmy Neutron, nonetheless. That's the one you want to have.
How did that happen?
I don't know. I didn't see you click anything. My trooper. I'm coming for ya. I got a surprise for ya. Don't look though. You'll spoil it. Come here. Oh, you dastardly little shelled turtle. You evade me. How is this possible? I'm gonna catch up. It's gonna happen. Oh, I should have got the double item. Coins! Oh, that's something. At least it'll help me catch up. I got my eye on you. I was trying to get both coins in that drift. I did not. Was not successful. Whee! Isabel! What are you doing? Ah! You're not supposed to. Oh! That was avoidable. Isabel, again. You're like the kindest dog ever, but if you're gonna pass me up, we can't be friends. Oh, how did that hit me? I have a shell. I have shell protection called banana. No way. I will pass you. Oh, Isabel got the Koopa. Maybe she's not so bad after all. All right, final lap. Oh, yes it is. I need more coins. That'll do it. That'll do, I mean. I wonder if I can get the item on the clam. I got it! Whee! Ah! No! No! Alright, at least I got the double. Dang, I've been struggling to get coins so far. No, Waluigi! Stop it! You son of a gun, you!
Woohoo!
No! Oh no, I lost to Waluigi. Hey, you got third though. Good stuff. Dun, 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 dun. Let's look at the final results. How do you think I did?
First.
Yes! And you got third! You just barely got passed by Mr. Waluigi. Alright, it is time for our final game of the day. Pardon me while I switch it out. My hand like didn't know what to do there for a second. Alright. Let's change the game.
My thumb hurts.
Yeah, that makes sense.
From mashing A.
Yeah, well, at least now you don't have to anymore. Birthday! Yeah? Oh, I didn't see it. Alright. Let's play on the hardest map.
Oh, stretching time.
Oh, stretching time? Thanks for the redeem stick, Mom. Do you know how to play? Yes. Who should I be for my birthday? Ah, Wario! Wario number 1! Ah! Waluigi. Let's make it Mario and Luigi. Look at them. Normal. Now, they can be hard. You got this, right? Horrorland or the Woody Woods?
Harder.
Halloween Bob.
Oh.
Let's go! Who's gonna win?
Ichinose.
Ichinose?
Ichinose.
The Mario Brothers. This is Horrorland. Oh. Are you scared yet?
Oh, really, chicken?
A sinister magician wants me to home of these spooky woods. But when the superstar drove them away, the forest returned to normal.
Okay, Bob. A or B? B for boo!
Since then, some spooky spirits arrived and made everything, well, spooky again. If only a new superstar would rise and save the forest from its frightening fate. Now, where oh where might we find a new superstar? Do I have to spell it out for you? Become the superstar and save our forest!
Okay.
But now that we're here, I've got some business to take care of. I'll see you later. Toad's in charge from here on out. You got it! I guess it's up to me to be your guide. This your first time playing? Great, then let me explain. On this board, spooky magic turns day to night and back again every 2 turns. Wasps will move from your path during the day, but they sleep deeply at night. There are also stones with strange marks on them. They probably hide a secret. But just talking about this place gives me the creeps, so let's get on with the game. First, we'll decide the turn order.
Let me go first. It's my birthday. Yes! Haru says true. Wario's first.
Luigi's second, Waluigi is third.
Mario is fourth.
Yes, 10 coins. All right, now where's the first star? Here's the star. Be sure to collect coins as you make your way over here. I'll be waiting for you.
That's where you want to go.
You should be all set, so let's get started. Okay, everyone, give it your best shot out there. Good luck and have fun.
Yeah! Press this button to get him to say yeah.
Yes. 5, not bad. Oh, lucky. Wow, I want 10 coins. Ah,
That's what I was thinking. Why did he sound like he didn't want that?
He was wanting some tangible thing. I just dice.
Let's see what the CPU gets.
Double dice. Seems to be common.
hey, get your own item. Wow.
Time for Waluigi.
Alright, you're up, pal. 1! Well, at least it landed on a lucky space. Double dice? Hey! join the club!
Yay.
Everyone gets double dice. Mario time! Yup! Oh, the
Of course
flex.
I got the 10.
Oh, it's a no effort for me.
Looking at the eye.
He's so close to it. We can't let him get. If he wins this next mini game, he'll have enough coins to get the star. So let's make sure that one of us wins, or Luigi. Ah, it's all of us versus the Mar. Yeah, all you gotta do is crush that little block.
Which one? Oh, that one.
Got him. We almost cornered him. Got him.
Okay, let's do it.
We can defeat a little Mario cube, right?
Yes.
No problem.
Start.
We're closing in. No, he got out. Luigi. Luigi! Come on. Please. Please. No. 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 We got him twice in the practice, but he turned up. He turned up. And now he has enough to get the star. We're doomed. We're doomed. Oh no. Wario time.
You can use the item you just got. Do you want to give it a try?
No. Because I don't have enough for the star yet, so it would be a waste. And I would not like to pay because the star is right over there. I would have got it if we won that one. Alright, I'll have to try to cycle back. Lucky block.
What? Wario found a hidden block.
Yes.
Wario found a hidden block.
Luigi time.
Well, you got the lucky space again. What if instead of receiving item bag, it's receiving eat a bag? Wario! Wah, wah, wah! Woohoo! Wait, why am I popping off for the bot? Oh no!
Yes.
He's loaded up with items.
For Waluigi.
One again. Not much better. At least you
Get
skipped
it.
the red space. Alright, Mario, do your thing. No, like the... Oh, like the bird! Wario. What color? Black. What's this? What made of? Metal. Glass. Metal. Would Toad get along with Pinocchio? At first, but then he'd be like,
This guy lies too much.
so then he wouldn't trust Pinocchio anymore. Be like,
What the? He knows just grew. You liar. Huh. Don't talk to me anymore. Mike.
why did that one car just fly off the track?
You gotta hit from behind. Okay. Let's try it. How do you... I haven't even been doing it. Oh, can we do it again? Because it said practice time and that one car that wasn't moving was me.
Oh.
The one that flew off the track.
What else did that? I watched that bird a ton. The Wario one. Oh, Shrek. What else would he say? I watched so many of those videos. How do I not remember what else he would say? If you know any artists, feel free to say them, and I'll say them in the chat, and I'll try my best to recreate it.
Let's give it a go, I guess. Alright, here we go.
Oh, those balloons for my birthday. Did you see that?
Yeah.
So kind. Oreo. This is a bowl.
3, 2, 1.
Why did I get a false start? You spun out. This is a bowl. I love that bird. No, I spun out. Did you just win? How did you do that?
They're feathering the gas.
You ate. What about the fact that their names rhyme? You mean Pinocchio and Pinocchio? Oh, he would get along with him then. Never mind. He'd be like,
The dude isn't the most trustworthy, but look at his name!
wait, where's the star now? Oh, it's over there. How do you get to 13? Ah! Alright, 7 and 8. Woo!
There you go.
I got it! Birthday luck. No, I can't buy anything now. I'm broke. Well, I'm about to be broke.
Yeah.
Yes!
You got a star.
Yeah!
The next star location is...
You know, I've gone like 5 squares in this since the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
Here! The star's right here!
I landed on the bank. That means I don't have to pay him. You get the deposited coins. Take these. Oh, no coins have been deposited. Please come again. Wah! What a rotten day. Ooh, Luigi has 48 till the star. I bet you he's gonna pay for this. I knew it. I read a bot's mind just now. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
I knew he was gonna pay for it. Now he's closer, I think.
Luigi's Mansion.
Oh yeah, you should be familiar with this place. He got rid of his double dice. Ooh.
Okay. Finally.
A better number.
Which is like less than Mario's first roll. All of mine put together. Or equal to it.
Yeah, equal, I think.
What should I buy that anything?
That's your strategy. It tells you what each one does, so you determine if that is worth the price.
What does a mushroom do?
Ooh. You want to move the star?
Yeah, if somebody's like 1 away.
You definitely could. Mario time!
10, of course. 9.
Ah, you've been so good. I was so happy. Whew. Huh? Oh yeah. Minigame. All right. Uh-oh. Don't fall off the island. That's all you can do. You can jump and that's it. Jump and move.
Ah, guys! Cut it out. Wario tried to stay afloat.
Hey,
You fall. Can you stay on the island?
I think so.
All right.
Start.
This is easy for Wario. Wario, just stay in the middle. Ouch! 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 Wario win!
Yes.
Yeah!
Wasn't that an epic performance? I have 10 coins now, and I've taken first.
I managed to stay in the middle, but it worked against me.
It's daytime again.
Wario time!
That thing. What number should I get?
6.
How's that?
I've never seen that before. It's pretty epic.
Oh no, what happened to my OBS? Are you still streaming? Where's OBS? What? Where'd my OBS go?
Did it close?
I think we're still going.
I can't tell you because my phone is dead.
Okay. I think it's back. Alright, we should be good. Where are you?
I can't believe it! Wario found a hidden block!
Well, again.
Yes! 6 coins.
Luigi time.
Oh, he's moving us. Oh, wait, no. What does it do again?
Stealing an item.
He's stealing your coins, bro. Mash.
Like I have a lot.
Uh-oh! Here comes Boo to steal your coins! Mash A to drive the thief away!
Still
work
took
at all.
8. Yeah, it's less than it would have been. He could have stolen even more than 8. Why do you think he targeted you?
Good question. Everyone else has more coins. Or, in this case, Star.
Yeah, that's true. That's your turn.
Time for Waluigi.
Look. 1.
You got a 1?
You can't even predict what number's gonna be next.
How'd Mario do?
He got 1, which is unexpected. Mecha Marathon.
Leaf Leap. Oh, it's this one.
I don't understand.
You either jump in place or jump up.
Why can't I go up? I don't understand.
You see the controls on the right?
Let me check. was terrible.
Wow, I fall. Why did I do that? It seems so easy, but it's so hard. I totally thought it was gonna be that way.
Okay, I'm gonna lose. That's all right.
Why?
Because I couldn't, I barely did it.
Start.
What is wrong with me? Mario's so ashamed of himself! Ah!
Finish.
I didn't even get to space.
No way. Mario beat me by a landslide. 39 yards higher. How do you think he did that?
He's a computer.
He is.
He doesn't get confused by left and rights.
That's true. Only 4. Yeah, Wario need to move.
Yeah.
Yes, I got my money back and more. That was a good turn. I got a good item and then I got some money. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Where's my...
The star's gone.
There it is. The star? You got the star? Excuse me.
I did not realize it was that close, or I would have used my item.
Yes. Time for Waluigi.
Pardon me.
And finally. And of course, I have to deposit money into the bank.
Oh, you're at the item space, huh? Mario time! Look, they said this. I want to wish you a very happy birthday. Reply stopped on Magic. I was like, stop! It was so good.
Minigame. Coins times 2.
Hey.
Oh,
Oh, count the Goombas.
okay.
You know how to... You had to press A as they go by. So, like here, you'd press it 6 times. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's how you count them. You got that, pal?
Yes. I'm gonna try again. early. So I said, how did I do?
It doesn't say. You just. Yeah. Look who's live.
Need you. Where'd you go?
Oh.
Great.
Whoa, we got the same amount, me and you. Oh! We both did that. Isn't that epic?
Yes.
Woohoo!
Why didn't I move at all? Even though I got money.
Say that.
We're chilling. We're chilling. We're chilling. Alright, back to full HP. We good.
Did it work?
I didn't send it yet. I was waiting because she's fighting something right now.
Wario dice block. Why do you want to get a high number?
Boom. 7.
Like, oh.
1. No, I can't go towards the star. I have to go the wrong way. Okay, item space. That's not too bad. Wah! I got the good one.
What does that one do? Well, whatever you want,
From 1 to 10.
which could be helpful if, you know, stars 6 away.
Yup. Fascia says, did you know that drinking warm water when you're very thirsty is highly unpleasant? Oh, I do not want to do that. Warm water. How long is this boss?
Poor guy! This is dirt!
Say that?
Tell me when.
Now! How's that?
Pretty good.
See, like, that way is only 7 away, but you have to go the other way because that thing can't move at night. Pastor, why was the water warm? Alright. You have to time your A press.
I was trying to get that first one.
Oh. That was pretty good though. Wow, Luigi. Mario turn. Oh, we got a lucky space. Oh, it's gonna be everyone versus me. Oh. I have to mash B. Oh, I didn't know he could turn around. He turns around if you do that. Infinite.
What?
Welcome back.
What am I supposed to do?
If you ground pound that cloud, then it makes rain come out and it makes that guy faster. You're supposed to catch me, but I'm too fast. Good luck!
Start.
Why is he going so slow? What? Come on, dude. I'm going way twice as fast as the other guys.
I'm unstoppable. I was doing. Let's go. Wario has 56 coins. Wario is rich.
Wario time!
Oh, Wario want to use this. Beep boop, boop, beep boop, beep boop, 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 boom, boom. Wario want a 10. Give Wario 10. Ah, it's okay. Wario star number 2. Wario win now. The next star location is... Oh, it's right there now. Why do you want the star? A hidden block. Nice. I'll take 5 coins.
Luigi time.
Luigi time. Yay.
Oh, did you see that? He got exactly as much as he needed. He bought a mushroom. And he's gonna go all the way to the star. No. Now Luigi has 2 as well. That old guy.
Sure, way ahead.
Why don't you have another one?
Because I haven't even gotten around even once to fail.
All right, is that close to you?
Yes.
You can do this. Ooh, versus space.
Yes.
15 coins are on the line here. So 60 total. Oh, it's this one. Wario skate. Nothing I love more than skating on the frost. Wario doing circles. Uma Musume wishes it could be like this. All the little penguins are doing their own little race. Why is Wario so slow?
One.
Waluigi, get back here! Ow, Luigi ran into me! No way. You bodied us. That was pretty sick. That was pretty sick.
As long as you don't touch the walls.
Yeah, I kept touching them.
Well, clearing up on the coins, so just need some stars. Okay.
Time for Waluigi.
Sorry to all the CB1 fans. I know I let you down.
What if I said no thanks? You'd be like, really?
Right.
That's what you're trying to do win this whole game.
Exactly.
You got a star.
Finally, I got a star.
You earned it. Now it's all the way over here. This is a weird spot. Now you could move it with your chop call, because I think this spot's pretty far from you. But it's your choice.
What? Really? Again?
Every time.
Is it too late to use an item?
Yeah, you would have had to already.
I got my 3 coins back. Look at that.
Oh, Mario.
Didn't have enough.
Let's go. And now he has even less. Mario thought he was doing so good at first, and now we're all gonna mess him up.
I hope so. Because that other, the block one, he messed us up.
That was embarrassing, yeah.
How do you get out? You get coins, right?
Yeah. Mario for real thought he was cooking with that one. He really did. And now look at him, he thinks he's cooking in his suit. Alright, be careful, because if you go into the middle, then you're dead. For the rest of the game, you can't get any more coins. Wario get the money back! Good job, Waluigi. You got the money bag. Oh, I almost got it. Look how many more coins we got than him. We bodied him.
I think it's funny that Waluigi does the thing with a flower in his mouth.
Yes. Alright, Wario still has a nice comfy lead.
Wario time.
Oh.
Does anyone get that bank?
Yeah, but you have to land on the space with the coin icon on it. This is not good though. Probably something really bad's gonna happen.
So you landed on my space. You have no clue what's in store for you, do you?
Look, it's Bowser Revolution. Now they're all gonna, everyone's gonna have the same amount of coins. Look, he takes everyone's coins. So me and you had 64 and 66, and now we're gonna get it divided up. We're gonna get about 50. So we lost 20 coins each, roughly.
Luigi time.
Luigi time. Yeah.
Oh, he has to. The tax, it's rising. You know what? It's sad is that I landed on it when it had 0 coins stored, so I didn't really get anything. Ooh, now he can move a star too.
Uh-oh.
Time for Waluigi.
What are you gonna do here?
So, Toad is right next. Who is right next to it? Who's the closest? No, everyone's pretty far away.
Luigi's
right?
the closest, though. Yeah, it's just far away. It's in a weird spot.
Okay, so I don't need that.
Wait, what did you get?
Let's give him a point. Double coins. I got a total of 9.
Oh, nice. What are you gonna get? Mario time! Oh wait, you got it. Oh, you got the cursed dice block? Ah.
Yes.
Oh, Mario. Alright, he did take a good shortcut there, though. Ha! Dang, Mario used to be broke, now he's 50 coins.
Let's take him out.
Uh-oh. Everyone versus me! Oh no. Ouch! Alright, this is gonna be scary. Woohoo! I did it! I had to go silent for that one. Why did that happen, that codes guy?
Because you were destined to win.
Thank you. Wario winner. Turn 9. Boom. Haha, 7 coins. Wario want to move more.
Oh, it's right there.
Luigi time.
Ooh, that was pretty good. Oh, he has the key. Oh, he doesn't need it though. He got a cursed dice block.
I think he already has one.
Yeah, he just discarded one of them.
Luigi.
One. There's 3 of us on the same block.
Look at us. We were all crowding around it.
Mush pit. What am I supposed to do?
Find which one of the blocks has the big mushroom and then take everyone else out. Alright, here we go.
Oh, immediately.
Proficiency! How's that?
It's perfect.
Dang. That's better than I usually do in that one.
My first time playing it.
Alright, it's daytime. Oh, it's nighttime actually. Wario time! Wow! Rio! Not bad.
More double dice. I'm addicted to the double dice.
Go to the right.
No, I thought I landed on it at first. That would have been a nice payday. I almost landed. I was literally one space off. Oh, I wanted the more double dice, but no.
Luigi time.
He cursed me. Why would he do that?
That was funny.
He did. Dun, 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 dun,
Look at the
dun.
star.
Right?
Ah! Yay!
Time for Waluigi.
Oh, you're moving it?
He's one block away.
Oh. Let's see where it goes.
Whoa! The star went flying off somewhere else!
It
There it
is.
goes. Run over.
It's over here now.
The star has moved! Come and get it, everyone!
Like that. Now it's much closer to you, but it's also closer to us. Oh wait, no, I already moved.
Okay. Okay, here we go. What? I'll take it.
That was pretty good. Are you gonna buy something? No. Okay. You're so close to the star, buddy.
Yeah, but who was it that had just got the stomp? He can move it too.
Yeah, Luigi has the thing. He has the whistle. Good point.
Mario time.
Let's see if he uses it. Ooh, Mario almost got it. Not that you can roll an 11, but he was very close. Oh, he has spending money now. Ooh, he's so rich.
Times two.
Messy memory.
Okay. I didn't pay attention, so I don't know.
What did you think when it was showing you all those items?
I just forgot to look.
Don't worry, I don't know either.
So how do we do?
What do you see?
Okay.
Aru was really good at this one.
I did it.
I have no idea about the second row.
Oh, you only got the first one?
Yeah.
I might have gotten it. I don't remember. Oh, let's go. I got all of them. Look at me. Perfect. Now I'm like Aru. Wario wins. Now I have 76 coins. Can you believe it, good sir?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for one of those things where it steals all your coins or something. Mario Kart.
Wario lucky. Skeleton key.
Yeah. You didn't have to pay for it.
Yeah. Oh, he didn't move the star even though you're right by it. That's a big roll, but still not enough. Oh, he's gonna do this, yep.
Does this help him?
Yeah. He's gonna, it chases him across the map and it allows him to move down here. Oh, we had to move too! Or you had to, not me. Still not enough.
Time for Waluigi.
Waluigi. Nice.
Halfway there.
Mario time.
The glazing is crazy. Wait, which one of us? Oh, we're all versus him again. You think we can do it?
I hope so.
You a fan of football?
Yeah.
That's all this is. Ooh, Mario.
Oh, so do we kick the ball? Oh. Get him!
Hey! Hey! Hey!
Luigi didn't do his job! He was terrible. He was like, what? Oh, you started?
Dang it! Did you see how many times I got him in the practice? Like it was again and again and again and again, and then it started, and then that happened. Oh, me oh my. Mario went kind of crazy. He actually, he's in my fantasy league. You saw that? He broke all our ankles and then just ran straight through to the end zone. That was crazy.
He didn't break Luigi's. Luigi just stood there.
Ooh, look. Why do you want to triple dice? Why do you have too many items? Why do you drop this? Chance time. Alright. I can choose what happens. That's not even fun. Okay, I get 3 coins from you! Aren't you so sad that you lost 3 coins?
Very.
Now I have more coins than you.
Luigi time.
You're devastated. I was trying to make it the star one, but... Ooh. He went more than he needed. Oh, he got a custom? Yup. Oh no. Luigi has 3 stars and
He's
0
ahead of
coins.
everyone.
Yep. That's good that he doesn't have any money though, because now he's gonna be impaired for a bit. Just being that broke. Over here. Alright.
Yes.
That's pretty far.
Time for Waluigi.
So I'm going the wrong direction, but I And I also can't. I'd have to go here. Nope, I still wouldn't get enough.
Yeah.
Man, I have to go way around to get there.
Yeah. How many stars does it say? Oh, look, that's why it says 37 to the star. So this would be a good time to move it if you could, but you don't have it anymore. You don't have that item. All right, the double.
Well, that was pitiful. I don't want it. Why would it direct me that direction?
I don't know. For some strange play.
Mario time.
You have to be crazy.
I'm just gonna send it because it seems like she's on this. She probably won't see it because she's doing like, it looks like some sort of boss rush or something, but I'll still send it. Say that? Let's see. There's like a 1% chance she'll read it. Say that.
Okay, better.
Aww, like this person said happy birthday. Buen cumpleaños.
In terms of Hollow Knight mechanics, my least favorite things are bouncing things and
Look at all these
the
people.
swords. I hate swords, floating swords, Hollow Knight, Weather Swordy, floating swords.
Say that. Happy birthday to you, Pebble. She is! And happy birthday to you, Pebble. Aww. So again, even if she doesn't read it, at least the chat does. That's really nice. It's just it's strange that they don't even know who I am, and yet they still say that. It's really nice. Why do you think Bibu didn't read it? I'm gonna unsub from her.
She's laughing.
There we go. Say that. Was that Shondo or Saba? Oh, just now it was Bibu. Biju from Whole Life. So that's a good guess. I would send a super chat
Yell
to
at him a lot. That's distracting.
Saba, but she doesn't
Yell
have
at
super
him.
chats allowed. It's only in memberships. I guess she just doesn't want to worry about reading super chats. Alright. Now, I'm going to send one more super chat to Mr. Haka. I'm going to say, you got this. So how does this game work?
No idea. It's the origin story for K-pop Demon Hunters.
Oh, I see.
I think it's fine. I think I got it. Just yell at him a bunch. It's fine. It's fine. Go back.
Alright, now send one to this guy.
Actually rough. That was actually rough. They actually had to like replace the router in the middle
Remember
of like
for
the mini
14
grids. You know how people like, you know how Gerard was fucking saying last night, I didn't take a break because I like to have fucking kidney stones. Because I'm Gerard T-Rex expert. For $20 I'll put you in my fucking chest. Well, you see what I fucking did? I literally waited and I was just like, is the router changed now?
Is the router changed now? I took my fucking break to change the router, Gerard, not to fucking piss. That I pissed while I was taking my fucking break, it's a mere fucking coincidence. I did not take the fucking break to just piss. I'm better than that. Katan, thank you so much on the super chat. Just
over
finished
180.
1,300-kilometer business
See if I
trip
can get this
and
down to
came home to do
150.
sauna while listening to Haka Tanku talk. Holy fucking shit, bro. You got a sauna in your fucking house? What are you, a fucking millionaire? What the fuck? What the fuck? Holy shit, what?
Just say
How do
in
you
the
have a fucking
karaoke.
sauna in your home? What are you, a fucking like oil prince? Show me. Show me. Show me. Show me. You wanna show me so bad. And also Laxi, thank you so much for the 7 months. Thank you. I've been
Doesn't fit.
I've been a bit
How about
inactive in the nest
Fave?
lately, but Otsune Impulse Orange County.
One
I
of
was
my
there in
fave.
spirit along with the ghost of all your pinky deals. Aww, I'm so sorry, Alexi. I promise you morning streams will come back next week, okay? I am struggling so fucking hard to bring back my fucking sleep schedule to normal. I've been waking up at 2 p.m. every single fucking day. And honestly, dude, it's not
There we go.
doing wonders to my mental health because every day I fucking wake up and it's just like, oh, the whole day's gone. And then being awake at fucking 3 a.m. alone with my demons is also not the best fucking thing out there, so.
Come on,
It's
see it.
rough. Alexi, thank you so much. And also Sachan, thank you so much for the 30 months. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Christmas Bob, thank you so much as well. Hey Haka, today's my birthday. Happy birthday! Anyway, Impulse Orange County, the karaoke party was like an early birthday present. Can I have a happy birthday song by one of my favorite singing voices of all? Christmas Bob, I don't think you want to hear me sing right now. But I'll hit you with the... Hold on. I need some help. Hold on. Hold on. I need some help. I'm gonna hit you with the fucking classic. Hold on. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
What do you think?
I'll take it.
Happy birthday, Christmas Bomb. Happy birthday to you. There you go. I
Yo,
hope that was enough. I cannot sing nor hold a pitch right now.
that was perfect.
DJ Khaled! Oh, but that's not DJ
that?
Khaled. That's,
There's also Christmas
fuck.
vibes.
T-Pain.
Happy birthdays from other people
RKK, thank you
too.
so much for the super chat. And also, Christmas, happy birthday, buddy. I hope you have a great time. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I hope you get to have lots of yummy meals, lots of yummy treats, and you get to eat a
Happy
lot and a
birthday,
shit
wow.
ton of fucking cake because you deserve it. It is your special day after
truly
all.
is
And
Christmas.
you are special. I love you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And
That
also,
was awesome.
Yui, super chat, arigatou gozaimasu. Chotto matte
Is that the
ne.
one you talked to, right?
Yeah. Not this past time.
Oh, you did Bullet,
今日は
right?
少し感謝的なんだ。い
Yeah,
つも
you did.
本当にありがとう。はかはきと。はかはきと。Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ewan. I'm very happy you enjoy my megane. You feel a little
time
bit
is,
sentimental today. Aw, I hope you feel better soon, by the way. I'm so
fucking
sorry to hear
nice.
that. I know sometimes days can be fucking rough, and you know, there really isn't much that we can do about it. But you know what? At the end of the day, I will always be here to keep you at least a little bit entertained. You know, to at least help you distract yourself from like, you know, any bullshit that's going on in life. You got this, okay? Ganbatte ne. Thank you so much. And also, Noise, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. Speaking of obsession, would it be too much to send a whole business plan like mails with graphics and stats to Latin cons? Talking about the Latin American survey I think that would honestly be really fucking helpful because people need to know the graphs. People need to know the numbers, unfortunately. Numbers are very important for cons.
not
and
so
they
epic
also
that
need
he's
to
saying
know
it all
there's actual,
auto-tuned.
like, you know, like
Yes.
desire for us to be there. So
I'm definitely gonna clip
I
it
don't
once
think
it's
like,
over.
obsession. I think it's you honestly doing things
I would
the right
totally
way.
send
I
a super
fucking
chat to
appreciate that,
Sava.
guys. Thank you so much for all your hard work. You literally are not even paid to do
But
stuff
it's only
like
says
this.
membership or
and
gifts.
yet, you literally
So
do this
weird.
out of the greatest of your heart, and I will always, always, always be appreciative of that. Thank you so much. No joke. And also, Diana, thank you! Took your Nui to a
Just
Unicon
type in
today.
a random
And my
message
friend
and
called your
it's gonna
Nui
answer.
my version of a poo-poo.
Could, but it's very unlikely she'd see it.
If you think about it, it kind of goes there. I've seen people doing La Bubu Oshikatsu. So at the same time, like, you know, like, it's just a companion little plushie. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I'm just saying it's great. I'm just saying it's great. Like, you know, like if you're making fucking clothes for Labubus, you can also put them on in your Nui. Like the more Labubus, okay, hear me out, motherfuckers. Hear me out. And here is a fucking truth nuke I'm about to fucking drop on you fuckers, okay? The West adopting Labubus is making oshikatsu and carrying little plushies and carrying accessories for those little plushies more common in the fucking
What's he doing?
And I'm sorry to say this, but Labubus are carrying the fucking Labubus are carrying the fucking race right now. You guys are gonna be fucking grateful when you guys see more Nui clothes, when you guys see more Nui carriers, when you guys see more Nui accessories in your fucking stores because of Labubus. Uh-huh. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Stop being a fucking hater. Listen, it's making it more acceptable to also people have their exactly, Kismet.
To look how fast the chat's going. So
because people see cute plushie, well, cute for some people, cute for not other people, and they're just like, oh shit.
Farthest shot ever.
Did I miss that? How did I
There's a chance, but it's low.
How do I increase my hiring level? Park level, bank, and management. Right there.
That would have been awesome, but it was worth a shot. Give her 10 more seconds.
Under maintenance research. Go back in the table. Dang it. It's right here. Shoot.
Oh, you know, and
That would have been epic.
And just wake up in a fucking Bucky plushie and be like, what the fuck?
This isn't totally
when
true.
I get fucking
but
assassinated, bro. When I get fucking assassinated by, like, I don't know, dude, a hater Keto or something, you know? I'm just gonna come back. It's gotta be like fucking Chucky, you know? Oh my god. Thank you so much, Shadowcat. Thank you. And also, Omo, thank you so much for the 21 months. Thank you. Q&A. Would Spermo celebrate birthdays, either his or others' works? Also, 21 months, so close to 2 years. Thank you for being a happy part of life. Love you. I love you too. And honestly, Spermo likes when people celebrate him a lot. Spermo likes when people idolize him and they actually bring him rituals, they bring him offerings, and they actually, like, you know, recognize his glory and his presence. So I don't think that's any different from him wanting to actually celebrate his birthday, you know? I don't think that's actually any different than him liking to celebrate his birthday. Now the question is though, when is his birthday? That's something you guys have to find out. Let me guess, Supermo likes red or something? Oh, he loves red and the number 50. Nah. He also upsets any type of offerings because he knows they all come from heart. They know they all come from, like, love and devotion to him. We have that in common, okay? We both might be fucking crazy and fucked up in the head, but we both have that.
Do you agree that Hawk is crazy?
Any fruit of devotion, any show of devotion, any show of admiration is more than appreciated. In fact, people don't celebrate his birthday because they always fear him, you know? This is the first instance where people are actually, like, you know, taking a liking of him. Most of the time, he was just, you know, renowned as, like, an evil spirit that people should fear and always, like, obey, you know? But now, this is the first time where he actually has his own little club of fans. So he likes that. He enjoys that. He might not show it, though, and he might call you guys pathetic, but, you know, he feels very happy about it. He has a little collection. He has a little collection of you guys.
Fastra's officially off work. Let's go, Fastra. Or just now, I just sent my membership to Haka and told him it was my birthday, and he sang for me. It was so epic. I don't know if you heard it, but is my car? I can't hear you. Is my car bugging out? Yeah, you should be able to hear me. It might be bugging out, yeah. Because it says that it says that it's not muted. Okay. Ooh, I got a gold one. Let's go! I won by 2!
Nice.
That's what I'm talking about. I can hear now. I had to disconnect my phone sound from the car. Interesting. But good job finishing your shift. That's awesome. You're just in time to see the last third of this Mario Party game. And then we're gonna go eat dinner. Why do you want to move? Ah, oh. Okay, that's not bad. That's almost all the way there. Oh, I have to pay to pass, but it's worth it.
Move it.
I have to pay to pass again. Good thing I have a lot of money, because there's a lot of things you gotta watch out for. Let's view it first before I decide if I want to use my key or not. Oh.
So
Look,
how is it
if I had 150 coins, I could steal a star from everyone. So I would get 3, I'm pretty sure. I don't have enough to do it, but if I did, that would definitely be worth it. But since I don't,
There's no point in doing the loop. What's the loop for?
Well, to get the King Boo, if you have 150, like, if we made this game longer and I was able to get to 150, then it would so be worth it. But I think I might not. Wait, let's see, how many do I have? 5. So it's either gonna land 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Swap it to day or night. I'll just not go. I'll save it. There we go. Alright, I've joined Luigi in the 3-star gang, and I've officially get first place. I missed the last about 15 to 20 minutes. What went on in the land of parties? Well, they started off, it took a while for everyone else got a star except for that old guy. And then now, I caught up to Luigi, who has 3 stars. Now I have 3 stars as well. That old guy's still with only the 1 that he got. He's only gotten 1 so far, and Mario has 1 and 97 coins. Mario used to be broke, and then Bowser Revolution split everyone's coins up, and then he got like some more coins through like I think a lucky space or something. Now he has 97. So that's basically what's happened. And now we're on turn 13 of 20, and I just got my 3rd star, and I'm in first place. So things are looking good.
Look how close you two are.
Oh yeah.
Luigi time!
Luigi time!
Luigi has to pay the tax. Get owned, buddy.
Look at that. He's got the star right there.
Yes!
Yes.
Time for Waluigi!
You're up, bro. 43 away.
He's so far away.
If only you could move backwards.
Of course.
Yup.
One more and land on the lucky one. Which is a bit ironic since he just stole 3 from me.
Oh. Hey, look at that. How's that for a payday?
Mario time!
That will do.
Hurry and match the pattern of the sign. Oh, Luigi's the only one. Oh, and Mario.
What? I don't get it.
Remember, you're touching controllers. No!
I don't know which one.
It says.
Where? Oh, with what he's doing. That's
Yo. Here we go.
Hey,
Oh!
why did he flatten me?
I went so high that I couldn't tell where I was. I should have just held my control stick in place. Alright, at least it's already over. You don't have to watch the bots play forever. Mario wins! Woohoo! Oh look, I can change my calendar.
And one downstairs too.
Let's see what it is.
Mario time!
Much harder than it looks.
That seemed unnecessarily annoying.
Hey! I don't know who that is. It must be from Tears of the Kingdom. We'll play that game someday. I promise. Ow. September. And then there's one more calendar to change. Hey, Metroid! Da 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 da. Alrighty. Let's finish this party. 6 more turns. Oh. That's not very useful. Uh-oh. There we go. Seven. 5. I used a double dice for anyone just joining us. Because I forgot to switch the scene. Item shop. Yes, please. Triple dice. Yeah. Boop, 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 boop. Skeleton key. Now I have 2. So now I need to get 150 coins. That thing is so OP. 150. You have to be there at night too. It's moving!
Maybe that'll help because it was really far away from me.
Neodasus. Neodasus says, happy birthday, Bob. Jesus loves you, bro. Me too. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I don't know how to say your name. Is it Neodasus or Neodasus? These graphics kind of pog. Hi, Don. Oh, is that your name, Don? Hey, Aru. That's DOS. Oh, DOS. I know DOS. Neodasus. Gotcha. DOS. Oh, I remember. Thanks for stopping by and appreciate the birthday wishes. Hey, we're just playing some Mario Party with my dad. And this is his tag he chose, Dad Old Guy. That's not just, he chose that tag. And he kind of stuck. So I'm playing with my father and right now I'm in the lead. So things are looking good. Your turn.
My tag. Where is it?
Where?
Yeah, I don't see it.
It's in Smash.
Oh.
We played some Smash earlier. If you want to check out the VOD, you can.
Look.
I'm a handicap up to 160%. Let's go, 10! I had it on auto handicap, so it kept increasing it by 20%, and then it got up to like 160. It was insane. There were some fun games though. So yeah, check it out if you would like. 34. Not the closest, but it's something. Alright, you get a chance of an item. You a sharpshooter?
You feeling lucky, pal?
Oh yeah.
The golden pipe is the best one. It morphs you to the star. And you get nothing.
Too bad.
Why didn't you get the golden pipe, bro?
I was trying. Mario time.
No, he got it! No, Mario has cemented his lead further from you.
You got a
You
star.
got a star.
It just seems so unlikely. But it might land closer to me. What?
Moved just a little bit over, but that's a big difference.
Why do you like this?
Skilly-kid-key.
Mario said, I don't need it. 4-player mini free-for-all. Storm Chasers. I forgot what this one is. Oh. Yep. You gotta stay under the payload. Oh, and don't hit those guys. They'll stun ya.
Hey, get back here! Wah! Ah, wah, 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 wah. Why do you want water? Yes, yes, yes. Wah.
Would you rather have a birthday bash or be given a birthday sash? Birthday bash.
With a sash.
Oh, yeah. I'll say get the sash because then it would be so exciting that people would want to throw me a birthday bash because they'd see the sash and they'd be like, whoa, it must be that guy's birthday.
Wario! Get out of Wario's way! Wario want the cloud! Stop! Get back here! Hey! Oh, this is cute. Ah! What? Ah!
I don't think I won this one. I was not under that cloud very much at all. What if Wario tried to steal the sash? Oh, he would. And he'd say,
If people think it,
oh, okay. I did better than Mario at least. How did you get so much water? That was awesome. He would try to steal it because then his logic would be,
they think it's Wario's birthday, so they give him birthday money.
Mario time.
Wario wants $50.
1, 2, 3. Oh, the star's right there. Yeah. Get more triple dice.
Wario love these dice.
All right, star number 4. This is looking good for me.
I have not had even a hint of being able to get another one. I didn't even not have enough money. Just never gotten close.
Right.
Give it up.
Uh-oh, I don't have much coins anymore. I've been spending a lot. Alright, let's see. So I still have 6. So it would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh. Oh, I don't have enough for that. I'll go towards the star.
Six.
Oh, it's so close. Oh, but if I buy something, then I won't have enough for the star. Please give me a lot of coins. No, I don't need that right now. I need more coins. I only have 12. I don't need 2 keys. 1 is enough.
Luigi time.
Oh yeah!
Oh yeah.
What a waste. Why do you waste his thing?
What do you mean?
He used his custom block, the golden custom block.
He did?
Yeah.
I did not notice. And he just used it and then just... What did you move? 3?
Yes.
That is
He
bizarre.
used the thing, got a key, and then look.
You got the jackpot?
Apparently.
You get all the coins from all the Koopa banks. You almost have enough for 150. Because remember, if you get 150,
Shot that in my face.
you know what you can do if you have 150.
Get a star from everyone. I could go from the worst to the first.
Yes. Yeah, why did he use it? So he just used his custom dice block and then just went to that space?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't get that. I wish I could have sushi. That would be really fun to have you join Fastra. It's not gonna be the same without you, but I'll think of you. I'll definitely think of you. Oh, look at him! 884.
Yes. 20.
Oh, it starts back up again. Isn't that epic? Because you kept remarking how you kept having to pay him, and then eventually he paid you back tenfold.
Yes.
All right, I really need to win this mini game, or else I won't be able to get the star.
Uh-oh. Hope it's a racing one. I seem to do well on those.
It's not.
What do I do?
Survive.
Where am I?
In the right.
Look, I'm up there.
Yeah. Oh! You have to kill me.
How?
Choose which one you are gonna launch, and I have like a half second to react and move behind one of these.
I don't see how it tells me which ones I'm doing. I don't get it. Oh, nice.
But good luck, because I'm pretty good at dodging. Oh! You got me there at the end.
Okay.
You should get a Tamago one in my honor. I will, Fastra.
Start.
I'll bring a Fastra plush. You're really trying to go for the mix-up there. I left my milk on the table all day. No, Fastra. Did you just get home and you saw your milk on the table? How much was in it? How much was in it, Fastra? What a thing to come home to. And what a Fastra thing to do. I wish I could have seen your face when you saw it. A little less than half. That's a lot of milk. I mean, yeah, at least it's not full, but that's still a good amount of milk. You gotta press A.
It's anyone's game. You liar.
Look, Waluigi is my predicted winner.
I think you're full of it.
Say that in Waluigi's voice. Whoa! Look! You have enough for the triple star steal now.
So how do I get that?
You have to go to the right side of the map to the King Boo space. And it has to be at nighttime. It said it can only do it at night. Uh-oh, we have to pay 5 now each time. And then if you land on the same space, then you do a duel. So let's see. Right now you are there. So if you had a key, you need a key to get to him. But if you had a key and it was nighttime, you could just go right there and then get the triple thing. You have enough coins for it somehow.
It's not a thing that's gonna buy it, right? Between me and it,
What do you mean?
like the little shop.
Oh, I don't. Let me see. I don't think there's a shop. No. Wait, unless that. No, it's not. Yeah, I was gonna say unless that little dot is a shop, but I don't know what this little dot is. The one right above this one. All right. Well,
The dot is just a plain.
thankfully, because I won, I'm gonna make sure I get this star. Wario, make extra sure. Nice. That's a big old roll. What's 9 plus 10? 5th star. Let's go. Ah, my phone fell. Don't break it. Whoa, Noni! Welcome in! Christmas Bob, birthday boy! Hey dude, glad to catch you live. Howdy, welcome in. This is that old guy, aka Christmas Dad, and he's here with me. Oh, the Santa packs, let's go. We got matching hats. Thank you for the birthday wishes. And say hello.
Hey, hello. How are you?
Noni.
Noni.
From Australia.
Australia.
So it's not my birthday there then anymore, right? It's no longer, it's September 3rd where you are. But still thank you because you said it while it was my birthday here. So it counts. Thank you. Yeah, it's the 3rd. Thank you. And to show my appreciation, I'm gonna recreate that emote.
Me too.
Ah! It fell off. Don't look at me. There we go. All right. Well, you're just in time. You're September 2? Indeed. That would be me. That's my dad's birthday. Whoa. Imagine if Christmas Dad and Noni Dad met. I wonder what they would talk about. That's crazy, though. Tell him happy belated birthday. Or have him fly to the US so it's still his birthday and then I can tell him happy birthday. That's what are the odds of that? That's insane. But yeah, you're just in time to see the end, wrapping up this Mario Party game. As you can see, I'm kind of running away with it. 5 stars. I've been kind of killing it at the mini games. Some of them I got bodied. And yeah, we only got 4 turns left. It'll be over by the time he lands. Yeah, sadly. I'm gonna get another. Oh, I don't have enough. No. I don't have enough to get the. I could have gotten a 6th star if I was rich enough. Look how many coins my dad has. He has 159. You've been unfair to Christmas Dad, I see. No. Look, it's karma. I had to pass the star up. Let's not. I'll save it as my trump card if I need it. Boop, 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 boop. Or where will I land? Nobody knows. I don't have enough coins to buy anything. Oh, is it gonna turn into nighttime? Yup.
Day suddenly turned to night! Uh-oh!
Noni, have you played this game? This specific iteration of Mario Party?
Yes!
Alright, you're up. Christmas Dad, let's see what you got. That's enough! There you go! GG!
But then I won't have enough for 150 to get the star from everyone.
Noni says, I haven't played Mario Party since the first one, probably on N64. Throwback! You're missing out. Mario Party's fun. Maybe we can play sometime. What'd you say?
Should
you say no? Yes. Let's see how the chat reacts to you turning down a star. All right, so you could slowly bring this back if you have a good. You can use your coins to get some good stuff. So you could turn this around. You just have to play your cards right. All right, that's a little bit far from you, but not too far. You just kind of got to loop around the map. Lucky block! Hidden block, I mean. What is it gonna be? Oh!
Another star!
Let's go! You're bringing this back! Let me send my congrats! Whoa! Can you get up and turn off the light overhead? That's crazy! Alright. Lights out time for 500. Now you can really see the Christmas lights. Thank you, Fastra. But yeah, Mario Party is really fun. It can be really chaotic. It can be random. But it's a fun time. You're probably gonna end up with a smile on your face at some point. Uh-oh! Unless you have to do this one. This one's so hard. I have to avoid the light. But all three of them have to be on it at the same time.
Oh, okay.
So I have that going for me, because all you guys have to move in sync, basically. Oh no, I got caught! Oh no, I got caught again! Dive! Dive! Dive, 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 dive! Oh. Let's go. Ah! This is gonna be hard. Ah, Wario, you can't see me. Ah! Can you guys stop? Okay. No! No! No!
Hey!
No. I almost made it. I thought I had it figured out. That Oscream you did sounded like Casper a little bit. I totally didn't intend to. I love when he screams though. Okay. Where's the star right now? Let's see if I want to move it. I'm 18 away. Oh, that's not too bad. Isn't? I'm the closest to it too, so. Okay, I won't use it. I'll just roll. Okay. Not bad. Nope, can't buy anything. Because I lost that minigame. If I won, I might have been able to buy something. Ooh, Luigi's 42 away. That is not good. Yikes. Oh, he might use that though. Because it's so far away from him. I wonder. Oh, he landed on it? No. I needed that. Look how many coins I have compared to you guys. How did this... I'm gonna have the most stars. But stars can only take you so far. You need money in this world. You're 29 away. You have to loop all the way down and then go back up.
If I use this and I got a really lucky...
like 3 10s?
Yeah, basically.
Alright, if you do it, I'll gift a sub.
Oh! That was epic. Almost epic. Wow.
That would have been... I was going to lose my mind. Oh, nobody believes. It almost happened. That was insane. Alright, well, you're still going a lot further. Alright. You have all the money in the world to buy anything you want. Triple? Good one.
Can I go again?
No, you can't use it again until the next turn. You can only use one item per turn. All right. Which way are you gonna go, Spider-Man? Oh, you're loading up. You have 6 dice blocks in your inventory. I guess 7 total, counting the cursed one.
Which way?
Tough choice.
I'm really close.
You are.
He moves it.
That 21 went crazy. Oh yeah, it's up to Luigi.
That was just insane. Right after you said it, I got 2, and I was like, oh no.
I was really about to give to sub. 100%. Mini game.
Nas.
Oh yeah. Das.
Das. Or Binky.
You mean no knee?
Yeah.
Oh no, this one's scary. This one's like anxiety inducing. Ah, I lost. It's just it's the game from Squid Games. Da 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 da. Da.
Okay, I get it.
Da 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 da. Huh. Da da da. Ah! No! The way it grabs you. Yeah, it's calling out in front of everyone. It's making you know you lost. Ha, Mario! And he just throws you down the pipe. That's crazy. Da 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 da. No! Dead. How did they do it in Squid Game? I've never seen it.
You just had to pause at the right spot and not move.
All I know is like, is there a time when like a guy's about to fall, but then some guy catches him? That's the only thing I know.
What?
What? Oh.
Okay, I didn't realize you had to go all the way back again.
Yes. Dang, they reacted so fast. No, why do they keep doing that? Stop them! No!
Oh, that was what? It's still going?
Finish. Yeah. Winner.
Hold on. Just shout and say, I played these games before! I played these games before! Yes, that happened in season 1 with one of my favorite characters. Oh, you mean the fall and then catch? I haven't even seen it in motion. I just know the shot in my head of someone falling and someone catching them. Yeah, I want to watch Squid Game. Maybe I can do a watch along with it or something. It's mini ravioli time. You mean tavioli time, but enjoy. Wait. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, is that the one you got from Walgreens? But you said you got the Snickerdoodle Twix from Walgreens. All right. 10, please. No, wait, I don't want 10 because I don't have enough money yet. Excuse me. All right, I almost have enough money. Oh, this could be it. This could be what I need. Yes, I have enough now. Okay, I want to get it on the next turn. Wow, Luigi didn't use his call to move it. I'm surprised.
Well, what's he going for?
He did not unlock it.
Yes.
Your turn. Ah, Captain Toad. Welcome in. What a good game. You know, if this was Mario Party Superstars, that would have never happened. Do you remember that? You were so done with us by the time we were done.
Where's this? How far am I away? Am I 6 away?
It's right there. 8 away. You need to roll at least an 8. so it's up to you if you want to use. God, that night. Yep, you remember. You remember.
That should give me 8.
Yeah, unless you're really unlucky. I don't care what they say to me. Well, you are lucky. So that song doesn't apply to you. Alright, you literally went from 1 star to 4 stars like that. How did you get to 4 stars like that?
So lucky.
You got a star.
Alright, where's it moving to?
Way up there.
Depending on the bonus stars, he could take it. He really could. And he might even get another star before it's even over. Let's see. Oops. Alright, it's all the way up there now. That's kind of far.
Mm. But if I use another one of those.
Uh-huh. Alright. You're moving a lot. And you're about to get something new. Let's see what you get. Oh, how are you doing, Captain Toad, by the way? Hope your night's going well. Your evening.
Hmm.
Oh, you're gonna trade that for the key?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like that's a better thing to keep.
Alright. The bank is building up its funds. Has anyone used one of those keys yet? I feel like no one's used it. 10 coins.
Nice. Wait, not nice.
Yeah. Let's go! Cheap, cheap chase. Okay, so you mash A, and then you have to... You press the control stick to dive. Woo! Only do the control stick when you... to dive under the landmines. Because you slow down when you do it, so you gotta time it right. There you go. Yep.
Why am I so slow?
You gotta mash harder. But you also gotta make sure to press it down at the right times. Swim for your life. That confirms that you die in this one. So it is like Squid Games.
I can't go any faster.
Let me try.
I guess I just don't have fast enough fingers. That's alright.
That's what I'm doing. So like you tense up right here, and then your hand can, it's more like wiggling as opposed to doing this fast. I'm just doing that with my arm. So tensing up here and then wiggling your arm back and forth. Like pretend like you're trying to like shake with anger. Like,
Start.
Dive! Dive! Ow. It hurts, but the pain's worth it. Ah! I hit a bomb. Oh, I think I done! I won! How'd you do?
Nice.
Woo! We did it. All right. I'm glad. I'm kind of low on coins. Did you see the new Twisted Wonderland menu update for the event? No. Well, I'll be sure to check it out. All right. So right now it says it's 44 away from me, so I'm gonna go ahead and move it.
You're gonna help me out.
Maybe.
He's terrified. Poor thing. This is what happened to Sarah. Fastra. That happened to Fastra.
Yeah. And then this is her getting back in the van. That's not much better. How was /is birthday? It has been going great. We went downtown this morning or / afternoon, and we went on a nice. We went and kind of looked around at a. It was kind of like a museum. It wasn't exactly one, but it was like one. We looked around that for a while, and then we walked around outside. The weather was pretty nice. The sun was a little hot, but if you got in the shade, it was fine. No, only one. And then we came back home, and then had some. I had this guy made me some birthday sandwiches. They were delicious. And oh, I forgot to mention he made me some birthday waffles for breakfast. So and then we went to the museum, and then on the walk, and then ate sandwiches, and then now I've been streaming. We played Smash, Mario Kart, and now we're finishing with Mario Party before heading off to a sushi dinner. So that is how my birthday has gone / is going. Hey. And I'm right now in the lead in Mario Party, but we're gonna see. There's 2 turns left. Let's see who takes it. How does it feel to be old? It doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel like I've been alive for that long. I'm just kind of here, you know? Not for that long though. What are you gonna get?
Which one?
I recommend either the custom or the triple. But keep in mind we only have 2 turns left. Where are you gonna go? That away. Pay him.
Thanks for your payment.
Ooh, are you gonna unlock it? Wait, let me tell you, if you unlock this one, there is a Boo down there who can steal a star. And it would be optimal for you to steal from the player with the most stars. See that, Boo? Mm-hmm. Go over him. Yeah, so you can either steal coins, or if you pay 50 coins, but you have more than 50, to steal a star. And I won't take it personally, just in the interest of winning, it would be best for you to take from the player with the most stars. So, I'll just put that out there. I would recommend that. I am so happy I can sleep in tomorrow! I can enjoy this stream in peace. Let's go. You earned it. You earned your rest. Especially after last night when you tried to stay up. Oh, night turned to day!
What? What happened? I didn't get the...
You landed just short of him, so next turn you'll be able to do it. So as long as you don't lose 40 plus coins, then you should be fine.
Which can happen.
I guess so.
Look.
Is he gonna steal one of yours? Oh, he threw it away. Never mind. I fell asleep not much longer after I sent that message about how comfortable my bed was. You earned it. You earned it. I'm glad you were able to get some good rest, and it was not taken personally.
Well, it offended me.
So this one's pretty straightforward.
Apparently. Wait a minute.
There you go. Here we go. Time to jump rope for your life.
Start.
What happened?
I just didn't get the timing.
But you did so good in the practice. I'm walking in.
Stickmon says we close.
Oh, like in the face cam?
Yep. But we're moving, at least over there.
Maybe it froze temporarily.
Oh, you're Mario.
Yay! You didn't freeze for me. Oh, that's good. Maybe restart the app, Stickmon, if we're still frozen. All right, let's finish this. We're so close. Final turn.
Wario time!
Wario time. Oh, my last turn is gonna be kind of underwhelming. I'm just gonna kind of move. Let's see. Ooh, maybe I can do this. The Womp says you're welcome on to move on ahead. Seems like a great place for a party. I was gonna turn to night. Uh-oh, day turned to night. So that was my last turn. Kind of uneventful. Ooh. That's Luigi. We don't want him to get coins. Alright. This is your last turn. You need to get at least 23, and you'll get a 5th star. Actually, you're about to get a 5th star right away. Alright, you can do it. Is that enough? Ah, almost. Because I turned it to night, you didn't get it. I didn't know they were only there during the day. And it would have been day, but I turned it to night. Wait, you didn't even read what he did. You didn't read what he did, what he had to say.
Oh no.
Okay. Well, this is good, so he has the moves. It's daytime now. Now you would be able to get him. Why can he dance better than me? I don't know where that came from, but Waluigi was killing it.
Wow, 7 coins.
That was my last turn, right?
Yep. But there's still a mini game at the end. What a last turn. Wow, that's one of the worst rolls you could get. 2 1s. At least you got a 10 though for the last one. Is he gonna use it? Nope. Alright.
Yeah.
So these bonus stars are really gonna determine a lot. There's 2 bonus stars given at random. The parameters for getting the bonus stars are chosen randomly. Sometimes it's whoever moved the most, whoever won the most mini games, whoever used the most items. So we have no idea who's gonna win. Like I have 5, so if you got both bonus stars, you'd have 6 and you'd win. So, oh, what a last space for Mario. Poor guy.
Receive 100 stars. Quick as that.
What's minigame time?
What? What are we supposed to do?
Make it match.
Oh.
Noni would probably be really good at this. because they're an artist. Hey.
Okay. Pretty close.
Yeah. You think so? Yeah. You'd kill it. You'd be like, be able to tell like, oh, his cheeks are too big, because you're so used to like analyzing proportions. I remember this puzzle from Mario Party. Yeah, it's a throwback for sure. All right, help me out, Noni. Tell me exactly if it's off, and say what I need to do to fix it. I'm not confident.
I think you're pretty close.
Yes! I won! Let's go. His mouth needs to be open
That
less.
was the worst.
I guess so. His nose needs to be higher. Yo. Well, thankfully, despite that, I was still able to take it. All of us against Mario again. That's happened multiple times throughout this party. What's this one? Nice. Oh, we just gotta get goals. Mario's gonna try to block. Alrighty, Bob, I'm gonna head out. Have fun with the games and have a good B-Day dinner at Sushi. It was nice meeting Christmas Dad. Thanks for lurking, Tsukiko. I appreciate you sticking around for a while and hope the unpacking went well. I look forward to seeing all of what you got. Woo! Boom! We got this. Mario can't stop all of us. And have a great rest of your night, Tsukiko. Alright. Ooh, I got a goal. Oh no! You blocked it. Wow. Oh! Come on, y'all gotta get more goals. I'm carrying. Oh, we just got 3. We just need 3 more. 1, 2. No! No! What? We were 1 off. Ah, that was so close. That's so sad. All right. The truth is revealed. Who will win it all? Let's go over the bonuses. Sightseer, the most. That I don't know who that is. Who do you think it is?
Luigi.
I think it's either me or you. 'Cause we used a lot of dice blocks. Okay, you moved the most. And the second bonus is Bowser Space. Oh, I think it's me and Mario. Hey, we both landed on 1. So I think that puts me ahead. He's gonna annihilate both of you guys.
Like they can't do math. Like they only whole rule play win. Like how can you not know?
Yeah! I won!
Let's go! Wario time! Wah, ha, ha, ha. It's my birthday.
Look at me! Oh, I'm glad I landed on that Bowser space because that's what caused me to win.
If I had to guess, your winning strategy involves coming out on top in minigames.
Yes, I did.
Waluigi takes second place. Not quite first, but still a great showing. You collected more coins than anyone else. Your wallet is bursting, eh? Eh? Third place goes to Mario. Can you believe that effort? You landed on more red spaces than the rest, but that didn't keep you down.
Yeah, it did.
Luigi takes 4th place. Passionate player all around. You used so many items that I could hardly keep track of them all. Anybody could have won that one. What a wild ride. Without further ado, let's check the final results.
I ended with 6 stars. So if I hadn't gotten that Bowser space, I would have ended with 5. And we would have both had 5, but since you have 79 coins, you would have won. Because it's determined by, if the stars are tied, then it goes to the coins. So that was very lucky that it was the Bowser space bonus. That's what caused me to win. So I got the most stars. You got the most coins by about 30. I got the most minigame coins. Let's go. I got the most hidden blocks with 4. That was a lot. Luigi bought the most items with 8. And used the most items with 11. You moved the most, just barely over me, 164 to 169. 12 blue spaces was you. 2 red spaces was Mario. We all had 0. He was the only one. You and Mario tied for item spaces. I landed on the most event spaces and chance time spaces. Luigi, most lucky. Me and Mario, Bowser. Luigi got the verses. All 3 of us tied for Koopa Banks, but I didn't get any money because the Koopa Bank was empty at the time. I used the most stickers. And here's the graph. Boop. Look at me, I just steadily rose throughout the game.
Yeah, very consistent.
That's epic. Coins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I got winner bonus times 2. But I'm already maxed out level. How many people can say that they're maxed out level in this game? And that brings the birthday bash to a close. You gotta say your goodbyes first. You can't just get up and out of them. Toad. Oh, very close game. It was very close. Toad. I'm glad you like my Toad voice. Congrats. Thank you, Noni. I couldn't have done it without you. Happy birthday again. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by. Just your company is all the present I could ask for. Thanks for the game, Christmas Dad.
You're welcome.
And yeah, we had a ton of fun. We played some Smash, we played some Mario Kart, and finished out with some Mario Party. I think I'm about ready for some dinner, aren't you?
I'm ready.
We're both ready, so we're gonna head out now. Thank you guys for sticking around. Thanks for all those who stopped by on my birthday. It really means a lot, and it was very fun. I had a very fun time streaming. Yes, food, exactly. Have a good one, you too. This was a ton of fun. Night and happy B-Day. Thank you, Aru. It was really accidental all caps. It was really fun to have you guys. Thanks for keeping me company, and you know, that's all I could have asked for on this special day. Thank you guys. We were probably gonna raid into someone, so just stick around for that raid, and then we're gonna head out for the night. So thank you again. So just make sure that if it's your birthday and you want to win Mario Party, that's you. Take care out there.
Christmas Bob's birthday?
It is.
Happy birthday!
I told them, I replied to their tweet, I said, please don't eat me. But, I hope you are having here, let me go to a hiding spot for now so I can talk a little more. Welcome, Raiders! My name is Cake, aka Cake is Suffering. I'm a variety streamer. We do tons of games from Peak to this, Fortnite, a bunch of other games as well, reaction, art, tons of stuff. Thank you very much to whoever gave Christmas Bob a shout out. And I hope you are having an absolutely wonderful birthday. Cake is epic. No, you, Bob. Christmas Bob is epic. But is with a 1. But what were you folks doing? I hope you guys were having a great time. Yummy B-Day cake. No. No.
No, please, no.
Oh, $100. It's mine. Sounds
What?
sticky. I found $100. I stole it.
Sounds sticky.
Whoa, Jesus. I'm gonna lose my life. I can't find the bags. You've been cleaning them up, but leaving them everywhere, and I can't find them.
There's one
Yo,
upstairs.
Sentinel, thank you so much for the resub. Cake Mania and Freaky Ghost, what's up? What is up? Holy shit. Happy sub-anniversary.
Really
What the?
Year?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I'm rapidly aging, actually.
Sentinel,
I'm gonna
you
head
make us
out to
rapidly
a B-Day
age.
dinner. We're getting sushi. Oh my god.
Hell
Take me with
yeah.
you! Take me with you! So
Happy
unfair.
birthday, Christmas Bob.
But yes, happy birthday. I hope you have a great meal. I hope you enjoy the sushi and have a wonderful rest of your day. Damn, a whole year. That is so
Whole
crazy.
freaking year.
Oh my god. I feel ancient.
Christmas Bob, we're there in spirit, eating your sushi.
Real. Eating it for you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Oh yeah.
I can't find the last jerry can. I thought it would be upstairs, but I am mistaken.
What? It's not. You lying. Boom. Night-night.
I thought it would be in this child's room for funsies, but it's not.
For funsies, I love leaving my gasoline canisters in my children's room.
In my unattended child.
Oh my god, hype
Hey, there's a trash
train!
bag in here.
Incoming! Let's go!
Hey!
Thank you so much, jamming, for the 500 biddies! Oh my god, guys, I need to add bits to get thrown at me too. Oh shit. Why did I not